start. Yeah. Welcome, everyone. I want to invite you today to learn a little bit more about a new exciting opportunity called Gateway Decathlon, which is modeled heavily after the Orange County Sustainability Decathlon, but looking to take it in a bit of a new direction. So this decathlon is going to be taking place in October 2025 in St. Louis, Missouri, and it's focused on off-site construction innovations. So just a quick little agenda. I'm going to run through my amazing team, talk to you a little bit about the exciting new Gateway South Construction Innovation District and how that ties into the overall decathlon and some of the requirements for applying to that. So I have an amazing team. Amanda Garrett and Richard King are the co-directors of this amazing new event. Amanda Garrett is the lead design and construction person at the Good Developments Group out of New York. Richard King is another co-director. He founded the Solar Decathlon back in 2002. Nikki Shiraki is in charge of marketing and partnerships. I, Bobby Vance, am in charge. I'm the competition director, so I'm helping to put on the rules. Hong Shi Yin has participated in the Chinese competitions as the competition manager. He's going to be our site manager. And then Ariana Brucheski is our business operations and a real connection to the community. So a little bit about Gateway South. So right now, there's kind of a disjointed, network of contractors and building innovation around the country. This is really looking to co-locate those ideas in the heart of St. Louis, Missouri. So the team has purchased the 100 acres just south of the Gateway Arch, which is right up here, if you can see my cursor. It's really an amazing site that is adjacent to the Mississippi River. It's very close to downtown. Anheuser-Busch is about a mile to the south. But unfortunately, it's a site that just has been neglected and forgotten over time. So this is a real opportunity to reinvigorate a portion of downtown and really bring some innovation back to that part of the city. So what we're looking at is an idea for an advanced building collaboration space within that area. So a really way to kind of foster innovation for the entire building industry. It's about a $1.6 billion investment in that area, and one we hope to attract modular and prefab builders from around the country. So why the building industry? So while other sectors have become more efficient over time, the building industry has actually regressed over time. So I understand that there are newer and better safety protocols that have been put into place, but the Chrysler Building and the Empire State Building were each completed in just over a year's time. These are extremely tall and complicated structures, while the Bank of America Tower and the Freedom Tower, both in New York, took between 5 and 8 years. So yes, I know that there's more technology, but really as an overall building industry, we have gone backwards. Everyone is aware of this. The supply of housing and the cost of housing are now both trending in opposite directions, and obviously the amount of CO2 emissions emitted by the building industry is quite significant, almost half of all global emissions. So it really is a watershed moment for the entire building industry. What we're looking to do is really move from the idea of a stick-built components into componentized buildings. So very similar to the idea that Boeing came up with about 40 years ago, as opposed to building a plane which took about 8 months, they can now crank out a plane in about 8 days with bringing in these larger modules and then assembling them in their 2 factories. So there's a breadth of advanced building type components. What we really like to show is that we're pushing off-site innovation, but that just isn't big box modular design. That can be as small as floor panels or a curtain wall facade system, all the way up to delivering a full room or an entire building. So what we're looking for in this particular competition is how can each team imagine the right hybrid approach for their project. And the one thing that's become very apparent is while around the country and around the world there are these, I would call them capitals, there's LA has entertainment, New York has finance, Houston has energy. there really is no place for construction to have a place for innovation, for venture capital, for like minds to be alike. And we really do feel that that can be St. Louis. So we're looking to a place for the industry to call home. What's amazing about that is 4 of the top 10 commercial contractors are already headquartered in and around the St. Louis area. So there is kind of a synergy that's happening there right now, and a lot of talk of the top technical institutions too. There is a history of manufacturing in St. Louis, so everything from bricks to beer. Boeing has a factory there. There's been a bunch of automotive manufacturing, and they do have quite a robust workforce. There is a lower operating cost. We're all aware that the coasts tend to trend more expensive from both a labor and a material standpoint. From an energy to a corporate tax to a labor, it's all advantageous in Missouri. And it is the epicenter of the country. There's the Mississippi River. There are rail and road lines that traverse this area. So if you can build it in St. Louis, you can transfer it around the country and then around the world. So our site is pretty amazing. It's kind of bracketed by all 3 of those transportation networks. You obviously have the large Mississippi, which is used still as a means of moving goods from the Gulf of Mexico all the way up into the Great Lakes. You have I-55 and 64, which is a major transcontinental highway. And then this is a CSX rail line, which literally bisects the site. So the idea here is we can really build in St. Louis and then be able to distribute these new products around the country. A site built for building. So there's already these amazing warehouse buildings on the site, many of which are completely intact. They just need to be rehabbed slightly and adjusted and improved their electrical infrastructure. But we're looking to preserve the beautiful architecture that already remains and was built for a manufacturing program. So this is the Crundon Martin building. It's about 600,000 square feet, where there's going to be a lot of different mixed-use components. So from food and beverage on the ground floor up to co-working spaces and build labs and material libraries. It really is a space that can promote everything that's happening on the site. Just a couple of images of that. One thing we're really excited about is actually looking at an interior build and prototyping lab space. So we're able to bring in these different companies. They can collaborate together and actually have a space to demonstrate and test out some of these new technologies. Here's that flexible studio space that I was mentioning, and you can see a cross-section showing this amazing spur space that's happening in the middle of the building where a rail line used to come through. This is now this mixing place for all these ideas to come together. And that really allows us to kind of promote this new decathlon. The idea that we can bring research institutions from different universities or different schools, have them be co-located on this site with different manufacturers, with different industry change makers, really allow for it to take off, I feel, a lot faster, just because there is such a synergy with all of that happening. So again, the Gateway Decathlon is going to be taking place in October of 2025, so just 2 years from now. So start marking your calendars. So really, the Gateway Decathlon is modeled and is excited to follow the amazing legacy of the Solar Decathlon. So Richard King, again, was that founder. Each event typically brings between 80 to 100,000 visitors over a 2-week period. Over the entire 20-year period, there's been about 25,000 participants in the Solar Decathlon Alumni Network, representing over 40 countries and over 400 houses. And for each of the cities that host it, the typical economic impact is usually around $11 million. So we're excited for that new infusion of economic activity to happen in St. Louis. So there's typically extremely long lines that are happening. It really does become a great public event. This has happened all around the world. Hong Xian was able to put on a couple of events in China, which is quite a robust site. It's co-located near an industrial area where they actually took the houses and then were able to mass produce them for the Chinese market. And then the Future House, this was actually a project that I was involved with at Virginia Tech that I wanted to share with you a little bit about that. We were really looking at how we're a new way to live and also a new way to build. So we built this house in Virginia, We put it on a ship, we shipped it over to Dubai, and reassembled it in just 2 days' time. So this was really an interesting exercise in trying to understand how this house would fit in 2 different cultures, 2 different climates, 2 different geographies, but function equally well regardless of the family that was there. So we really looked at this lens of innovation, of how families are going to evolve and change over time, but also something that genuinely feels modern and genuinely feels very resilient. We chose the color white to kind of allow the materials to kind of fade into the background, allow someone to imagine any materials that they would want in the home, and then seamlessly blended an indoor and outdoor experience. While in October in Dubai, it still is very hot throughout the day, the nights cool off very well, and the family is actually able to utilize all that space within the site. And then what was even more amazing about that was the impact that we had. We ended up winning the international competition over in Dubai. We were then able to bring it to Times Square, New York. So the Times Square Alliance invited us to exhibit as a part of the NYC by Design event. We were able to assemble this house in just 48 hours. Over 100,000 people were able to visit the home in a 2-week period in New York. And then because of the success of that, it became the only house that got invited back, the only university that got invited back to exhibit at the World's Fair in Dubai. So it really does make a difference. You showing up to these events, you being able to showcase some innovations to the world, your project is able to have a legacy beyond just the competition itself. So for the Gateway Decathlon, it's a very similar format to this. We're looking to select up to 16 different teams. Like I had mentioned, we're looking to advance the off-site construction methodologies and showcase that to the public, and then find a way to connect those teams back to this off-site construction hub, so it doesn't just remain a home that then goes back to the university. It actually can be something that can possibly be developed and patented and serve a larger community. So the site, like I had mentioned, this is about a 5-acre plot of land. Here's the Gateway Arch National Park. There's that Crundon Martin building, Mississippi River, highway, and railway. So very well positioned to get our homes to the various sites. And then what we're also looking to do is there's a couple of potential sites north of the site, about 5 miles away, where we're looking for these houses to be donated to the community. So while they're going to be showcased during the competition, they're actually going to be going towards those in need and create another village that is going to have a lasting impact for the constituents. So very similar guidelines to the Orange County Sustainability Decathlon. We're looking from 600 to 1,400 square feet. We're looking to have a completely self-sufficient home. There's a lot of instability in the world for a lot of different reasons, but especially our infrastructure from water to energy, we're looking for teams to really push the envelope and showcase how somebody can be resilient even in times of uncertainty. Obviously being light on the land as well, since this is not their permanent site. So the 10 contests, this is a decathlon style event after all. We're looking to kind of shake it up a bit and really look at how these contests can focus on that off-site innovation. So from design and engineering and construction, we're also now adding in an idea of materials and supply chain. How are we understanding where materials are in the world? How are we using them efficiently? The idea of livability in the home, so how is someone actually feeling comfortable from living to working to playing? How is the home supporting that? Of course, there's an innovation component to all of these, trying to push the teams to deliver not just a completed home, but what is the future of living in a home? Energy, water optimization, and dwelling functionality. How is the home able to support the family, but also how is it doing so in an efficient way? And then, of course, market viability and communications. We've learned so much from the Orange County Sustainability Competition. We're excited to push a lot of those ideas forward and see where we can build on from there. Looking to also do a HERS Energy Index score. This is a great way for these houses that are now going to go to families to actually show them that this home is efficient and something, if they go to sell it one day, actually has the credentials to back that up. So currently, we have actually just received the proposals for the teams. We're reviewing that now, and we're going to be announcing our teams on November 1st for them to get going in this 2-year process. So what's in it for the teams? Obviously, award-winning recognition. The Solar Decathlon and Orange County Sustainability Decathlon brand is one that's recognized around the world. a hands-on educational experience. We're not just talking theory, we're actually enabling students to get their hands dirty, to learn by doing, and actually make some mistakes along the way to showcase that they are capable of participating in this industry. Each team is going to get $100,000 seed money to help start to fund the project. That by no means is an expectation for that to be the total budget, but something to help them to start marketing, exposure during the competition, and showcasing their work to people around the world. So to summarize again, an amazing opportunity, one that's kind of reimagining the format of the Solar Decathlon to one where I believe it's becoming a little bit more real, something that has a future beyond just the event itself, and all that will be showcased to the public in October 2025 in St. Louis, Missouri. So thank you very much. Any questions from the audience? Thank you. And I'll be giving one more talk at 2 p.m. today, giving a more in-depth discussion of the Future House, the project that was in Dubai. So if you're around, come on by. I think we have one question from the crowd here. Hello, sir.
Hello. I have a question about the project. Do you expect any obstacles, or do you foresee anything that, I guess will be an obstacle in this project?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that where before the demographic of schools participating, I think that they were very well prepared, I would say, for the challenges. I think that now it's become even more evident that universities need to be partnering with the industry for success. So I think especially if you're building an entire home that's expected to function, so much of what you're learning in school, might seem like a theory-based application rather than an actual build application. So the one thing we're trying to, I'd say, preempt in this is encouraging teams to partner with the industry, to partner with an architecture firm, to partner with an engineering firm, to partner with a contractor. That's a learning experience. That's a mentorship experience that they can have, right? And so from the beginning, they can be working alongside professionals. They can be securing internship opportunities for them to hopefully have a career after that too, and be able to learn and be mentored by someone that maybe that program doesn't have that expertise, but we can round out the teams to make sure that everyone is supported and prepared for producing a home. So I think that we've seen a couple of trends over the years and how maybe that expertise hasn't been at the university level. So now we're doing our best to find how the industry can support projects like this. Great question. All right. Thank you very much for your time. See you at 2 p.m.
Test, test, test. Yep, works great. Thanks. Is it? It's just oh, wow. Yeah. I'm going to try it. It could be. Okay. Right. Hey. Hello. I know, it looks kind of scaring me a little. All right, we're good. Should we, can we get the presentation up? All right, hi, good morning everyone. My name's Deep Patel. I'm the founder and CEO of Go Green Solar. And today we're gonna be talking about a life powered by sunshine. It's a quick 10-minute presentation, and I promise at the end of this, you'll learn something and take a little piece of the solar story back with you. It's an entertaining story, so let's get started. Today's agenda is a little bit about me. Then we're going to go into the history of solar, and then we're going to talk about today, and then our future, and then we'll open up to questions and feedback. So a little bit about me. I'm the founder and CEO of Go Green Solar. It's a company I started in 2006 out of my parents' garage, and I bootstrapped it into a middle market company that's based out of Anaheim, California. I'm vegan. I've been vegan for 10 years, and I also drive an electric car. People have been trying to harness the power of the sun since ancient times. So the story of solar goes back to 6000 BCE. And in ancient China, they built their houses around the sun. They purposely built them so they would get warmth during the winter months through the sun, and then they would get warmth in the, basically they would be able to shade their homes and get it cool during the summer when the sun was at a different angle. So this was solar architecture in 6000 BCE. And then in 400 BCE, in ancient China, the first solar device was created, and this was the Yangshu burning mirrors. They basically concentrated light on a pile of wood and started fire. And this is the first documented case of a solar tool. But it wasn't until 1921 when Albert Einstein discovered the photoelectric effect. And this effect basically was what he got a Nobel Peace Prize for. And he discovered light rays had electrons in them. And this discovery was pretty large. It made him famous for getting this discovery. But nothing really happened with this discovery until 1954. Well, Bell Labs, through decades of research, took what Einstein had theorized and turned it into a silicon cell. And this was in 1954 in Popular Mechanics. They showed a home with a panel and batteries and how it was going to change the entire world. So they were very excited about this technology they discovered. But they were a little saddened when they ran the calculations, and they realized that the cost of putting this technology on a home would be $1.4 million. So they were very discouraged about this because they thought they were going to change the world with this technology, but they realized no one could afford it. But then their phone rang one day. They picked up the phone, and NASA was on the other line. And they said, hey, that solar cell you discovered, we could use that. And they started putting it on their satellites. And when they put it on their satellites would stay in orbit indefinitely. Before then, they would have a shelf life of 2 weeks, which they would blast the satellite into space and it would come crashing down in 2 weeks. So when they discovered solar, they were able to keep the satellites up there for much longer. And that's what really saved the solar technology, is satellite technology. And then in the 70s, the oil companies saw what the space industry was doing, and they started manufacturing solar panels for land use. And they were the first companies to actually take this space technology and start manufacturing it. So if you look at some of the most earliest commercial solar panels, they were from Shell, Arco, BP. They were the first ones to actually embrace the technology for terrestrial use. And they were using it for their own oil and gas exploration usage. And in the late 70s, the hippies basically saw what the oil companies had and wanted that. And there were a group of hippies that had moved from San Francisco up into the Northern California woods. And there was a back to the land movement going on at that time where they were homesteading in the middle of nowhere, but they didn't have power to run their stereos so they can listen to the Grateful Dead. And they saw what the oil companies had, and several of these business hippies went to Arco and bought solar panels and started selling them into the hippie community. And the first solar distribution company started to form in the US up in Northern California. And it remained a cottage industry from the 70s to about the 90s. It was just like a niche industry where, some hippies were using this technology. And in the 1990s, big oil, they got out of this business. It didn't make sense for them to keep making solar panels. And there was a car called the GM EV1, where it was like one of the first electric cars made by GM. They crushed them all. So it was a dark time in the solar industry and the EV industry at that point. And it was really quiet until 2006, when Governor Schwarzenegger, he signed the Million Solar Roofs Initiative into law. And he coming from Europe and Germany in particular, he saw a lot of solar going up there, and he was, baffled why we have so much sunshine here in California and there was no solar. So he thought it was obvious to incentivize solar in California. And that really kick-started the industry into a second wave. And that's when I started the company in 2006. We got established right when Schwarzenegger signed this law into place. And one of my first projects was to install a solar system for my parents' house in West Covina, California. And I learned a lot through this DIY project. I did the whole thing from getting a permit to getting the utility approvals and actually doing the install. And through that process, I wanted to learn more about how to install it. And I started volunteering for Grid Alternatives, which is a nonprofit. And what they do is they're like Habitat for Humanity for solar. They give away solar systems to low-income housing and use volunteers to install it. So I became a volunteer, and every weekend I'd go out there and install these panels and meet other volunteers who eventually became some of my employees. And we started a little company. We moved out of my parents' garage, and we got a little office in Orange County. And then a few years later, the city of LA called me, and they wanted me to install solar panels on street light poles. So I worked with a project with them to lower their street lighting bills. And I got recognition from city council and the mayor. I learned a lot through this project. And the mayor's office bumped me up to President Obama at that time. And I was able to go to the White House a couple times to talk about energy policy, in particular a future powered by solar, batteries, and EVs. And I got involved in the California Solar and Storage Association, spent a lot of time up in Sacramento lobbying for policy, as well as the Solar Energy Industry Association in Washington, D.C., and pretty much have been going over there educating our lawmakers on why our industry is important and why the jobs matter. And then went on a tour around the world, particularly in Asia and parts of the U.S., to tour solar cell and panel factories to really learn how the mass manufacturing of this was occurring. But out of my 17 years of doing this and growing this company, I think the most valuable part is the friendships I've gained in this industry is what I've really value, and these close industry connections have turned into some of my closest friends. And we're here now trying to keep this legacy alive, because those pioneers that started this business in the 70s are starting to pass away and retire. And I gotten a chance to learn from them and hear their stories. And now this next generation, as you see out there, the students building these new homes and incorporating this technology, and the architects, now we're keeping this legacy alive and carrying this mission forward. And in 2019, we finally reached the 1 million solar roofs goal, and we threw a party for the governor in Clovis, California, and we all got to thank him and spend a little time with him in the back, and it was a really cool experience coming full circle from 2006 to 2019 to finally reach that million roofs goal. And that brings us to today. That same system in 1953 that was quoted at 1.4 million is now 20. So it's finally become affordable. There's financing available, so people can actually do this. The banks are comfortable with lending to it. It's accessible now. And if you think about it, our current system of how we get power, when we flip on our electricity at home or at work, it actually, if you backtrack at all, it comes from the sun. And this is how currently our electricity comes to us. So thousands and thousands of years ago, the sun basically made some plant material, and that plant material eventually died, and it became a fossil after, a long time. And that fossil was extracted eventually, and then it's like burnt. And once it's burned, it basically creates electricity. So when we flip that light switch on, we're getting this solar power that was stored in this fossil. And there's a lot of middlemen in that process that are all making a markup, on every kilowatt hour you buy. So what this future is cutting out the middleman. It's getting the power to the people. It's basically going direct to the sun. And that's what's so exciting about this, because we could basically make a new future without impacting the environment and putting money back into people's pockets. And what we do is we've created something called Solar in a Box. We offer do-it-yourself solar and storage kits, and we're literally the IKEA of solar. We basically package everything, provide the customer support and the instructions so a customer can get all the way through. And our customers are similar to the ones that shop at Home Depot. You'll find DIYers that buy our kits and install them on their own, or they have a brother-in-law or a friend that's an electrician that does it for them. We have contractors that are HVAC and electricians and all sorts of different contractors that have a client that wants solar, and they work with us to get solar on their clients' homes. And then home builders as well. A lot of home builders are putting solar panels into their new home builds, and we help these home builders become compliant with the state mandate and implement solar into their homes. What makes us different is we've been around for 17 years. The average solar company, it lasts about 5 years. It's a tough business to be in. We're a complete end-to-end solution. We offer more than just a box of parts. And we guarantee our work. We have guarantees where if our customers don't get their approvals from their city and their utility, we're going to give them their money back. And this is a rooftop revolution that's going on today. And it's basically solar panels on the roof, batteries on the side of the wall, and an EV parked in your garage with a bi-directional charger. And the EVs of the future with these bi-directional chargers will not only charge your car, but your car could get discharged and feed your home or even the grid. So this is what the rooftop revolution looks like. And the really big change recently that's occurred in the solar industry is energy storage. And this has always been like the Achilles heel of solar. It's like you can't use it at night. And now energy storage is changing everything. It's becoming cheaper, better, faster. It's evolved a lot since lead-acid batteries. And this is why it's really needed, because of how people live is, in the morning you wake up, turn your coffee machine on, you get a little burst of power that you need from the grid, but if you have solar, you're not really generating much in the morning time. The sun's not up. Then when you leave the house to go to work, your solar's actually generating a lot of electricity. That's when it actually generates the most. And at that time, your usage is low at home. When that's happening, your battery is being charged up. And then between 4 and 9 is when everyone comes home and starts turning everything on. And that's when the grid really needs the power, because there's a surge of power needed at that time. And if you look at your utility bills now, we're all moving over to something called time of use rate structure, where between 4 and 9 p.m., we pay the most for electricity. So your battery will kick on at that time and discharge. So your house will be running off the solar power you stored during the day. And there's another added benefit to this. If there's an earthquake or a power outage, you would be completely running self-sustainably without the grid as well. So you could be off-grid too in a setup like this. So to conclude, the rooftop revolution, it's got three major benefits. Number one, jobs. There's 250,000 jobs in the solar industry, all the way from office jobs to installation to manufacturing to distribution, marketing, accounting. It creates domestic jobs, and with the passage of the IRA, I haven't seen this much manufacturing capacity coming online in the US. More of the parts are being built in the US than ever now. And I'm seeing plans for more and more factories for solar panels and batteries and racking and all of the materials being built in the US. So there's a surge of manufacturing jobs for this industry happening right now. Additionally, savings, instead of having all those middleman companies making money every time you flip the switch on, we could put that money back into the pockets of everyday Americans. And then finally, national security. We are dependent on foreign interests to get our energy, a percentage of it. And if we, as a rooftop revolution continues and more people start generating and storing their own energy and using it for transportation, we can actually start to decouple from these foreign interests and have a better and more secure power network and an energy system where it's not vulnerable to a foreign interest or even a grid failure. So thank you for taking some time to learn about the rooftop revolution and a future powered by the sun. And if you have any questions, I'll be down here. Feel free to come and chat with me. Thank you.
the slides? All right, good afternoon. Thank you. Oh, please, please. There's another show tonight. So I'm gonna do a little part 2 of a talk I did the other day on a project I was involved in 2014. It was called the Oman Eco House Design Competition. So my role here is competition director for OC Sustainability Decathlon. And this experience that I'm going to talk about today is 9 years ago, I had a similar role for this project in Oman among 5 universities that were building zero energy homes in Oman, the Sultanate of Oman, which is located between the United Arab Emirates, Saudi Arabia, and Yemen. And that competition was quite a bit different than the one that you've come to visit here today at OC Sustainability Decathlon. The fundamental difference is that the 5 universities built their homes on their campuses or very near their campuses. The buildings were much larger, and they were really pioneering, in a sense, the use of renewable energies in a residential application that is pretty foreign over there. So these houses were really demonstrating a concept to the country, and that's something that made it really exciting, as well as the energy efficiency measures that all the teams used to produce their zero energy homes. And it was, let me share my screen here. There we go, thank you. So the 5 houses, the 5 universities were located in primarily 3 different cities in the country: Muscat, Nezwa, and Salalah. So the 3 houses clustered here in the north, they were located in the capital city of Muscat, which is a hot, humid climate, is the best way to describe it. Highly populated, the most modern metropolitan area in the country. And then we have a little bit inland in the hot, dry area. Well, it's all hot, so hotter and drier is Nezwa, which is I would say it's like a large village or a regular-sized town that we're used to here, maybe population 20,000, just a guess, but it was about a hour-and-a-half drive from Muscat into Nezwa. And because these houses were built on campuses throughout the country, I had to do a lot of traveling back and forth from Muscat to Nezwa, for example. I probably made that round trip about 6 or 7 times. The 5th school was the University of Dhofar in Salalah in the south. And this is a really unique place. It's got a very unique climate. In late July and August, there's the monsoon season, which they call the Kharif, and it's moisture coming up from India, and it's very predictable, that monsoon. And therefore, it was interesting because when we did when I first arrived in the country with the jurors to do the juried contest evaluations, they were at the end of the Kharif season, so it was very Hawaiian feeling, at least in the foothill areas surrounding the city. Just the climate felt like that, very foggy. Everything was lush and green. The wadis, which are natural springs, were full, and everyone, all the villagers are there. It's really it's a vacation destination in this part of the world, Salalah, during this 1 month of the year. And by the time I left in December, the Kharif season was long gone, and it was hot and dry, Salalah is a bit more humid than than Nezwa. So we had Muscat, which is hot and humid. Salalah, except for that 1 month of the year, is hot and humid, and then Nezwa is hotter and dry. So really, the challenge is a little interesting in Salalah because you have a cool 1 month in the summer. So when you look at the cooling loads throughout the year, it's You know, it goes from winter to summer, and then all of a sudden there's a big dip during the Kharif season, and then summer kind of resumes for the last couple months of the year. So an interesting design challenge. So what I'm going to do now is switch over to some of the photos that I didn't get to the other day. And I'll review a few things I spoke about last time, make sure I cover all 5 of the houses. Let me jump to, let me see. From current, okay. Okay, I think I'll start here. Yeah, so this house here is one of the 3 houses in Muscat, the capital city, Sultan Qaboos University. He was the sultan of the, so it is a, I don't know if it's not technically considered a monarchy, it's a sultanate. And Sultan Qaboos was the sultanate for about 50 years, the second half of the 20th century and first part of the 21st, and made a lot of advancements in the country I discussed during my last talk. So I'd encourage you to, I talked more at the last talk about the history of the country and some of the cultural aspects that really made that whole experience for me extremely interesting and rewarding. And so we have the archived versions of our previous talks during the speaker series on YouTube, so I'd encourage you to check that out. But I didn't mention much about this house the last time. So this was, this project of the 5 was the one that was most behind schedule throughout the whole project cycle. And actually when I arrived in country and then our jurors arrived about a week later, the building was probably still in the first half of construction. This is actually a little further on than it was when we first arrived. So it was a really interesting challenge for our jurors because they had 4 pretty complete homes that they were evaluating, as well as this one that was really just a structural shell at that point. So they really had to rely on what was presented in the drawings to try to make an apples to apples comparison. So this is where it's important to have good designers that can really, it was really interesting seeing especially the architecture jury show up in this house. It was a structural shell, just concrete, and they really had to kind of imagine what the spaces were going to look like and feel like after construction was complete. So that was a significant challenge during the juried process, but as I was there, I was in country for about 3.5 months, from beginning of September to the middle of December, and by the time I left, they had caught up to the other 4 teams, and their house was complete at that point. So it was interesting getting to see one of the projects evolve as I was there. And to see how all the building trades work, there's a lot of craftsmanship, excellent craftsmanship when it comes to masonry and tiling, because most of the buildings in Oman feature those aspects heavily. So early on during my time there, one of the things I had to do was instrument the houses. So going around to each one and really getting a good layout of the electrical panel, understanding where all the circuits were going, because it was my job to instrument the houses, including measure all the power loads on all the different branch circuits. And so this is what I was faced with when I got to the SQU house, as it's called for short, was just a piece of cardboard on the wall where the electrical panel would be at some point during the completion of assembly. And so this is where my instrumentation box was going to be installed, and there's the conduit connecting the two. So, and by the way, the competition itself, so we did our jury evaluations in September, about a week after I got there. We had about 15 jurors come in from both in the country as well as a couple from the US. And the 2 from the US I recruited and one of them actually, Mike Brandymule, was a juror at OC Sustainability Decathlon on the engineering jury. And then we had another from, who was the faculty advisor for the 2011 and 2007 University of Maryland Solar Decathlon team, Amy Gardner. And I believe to this day she still led the team that really, you know, as someone in my position, one of my main jobs is to write the rules for the competition and design the contests so that the evaluation is thorough, comprehensive, interesting, and also easy for people to understand. And since the beginning of the Solar Decathlon in 2002, we felt like there were, every iteration of Solar Decathlon, the teams got closer and closer to having fully realized designs that functioned perfectly and really inspired the jurors. But no one had ever hit the proverbial home run until the 2011 Solar Decathlon. I feel that the University of Maryland project really just knocked it out of the park. They addressed all the criteria. The juries loved the house. It performed flawlessly. And so to me, that was kind of the perfect execution of a design-build project like we have here at OC Sustainability Decathlon. And Amy was the person who led that team. So I thought with having this first in that part of the world design-build competition, she was a great choice to be one of the 3 members of the architecture jury. So I was thrilled that she joined us for that. So this is a second of the houses in Muscat, the Higher College of Technology. And this is more of a, some students go here for 2 years and then advance to another research university and country. Others, they also have like a trade school track that students can take. But this is the house they built in the middle of their campus. And it was really an awesome hangout for students. Between class, they would show up in the house and just mingle with each other. And the location was just amazing, being located centrally on campus. And it was a really beautiful design. It looked probably the most quote-unquote Western of the designs. So it felt pretty familiar to me, but they still incorporated a lot of the concepts that are important in that culture. One night I had to go, so another thing I was doing was doing the lighting evaluations, just making sure that all the lighting systems were operating like they were expected to. And this is at the HCT house, Higher College of Technology. This is their driveway. There's a lot of illuminated wayfinding in the malls in Oman, and as well as you see here on this house. They make use of light really well for wayfinding. I thought that was interesting. Some of the shots of the exterior lighting. Okay, this is the house in Nezwa, the hottest dry location. And this house was located out literally in the middle of nowhere. There's a little bit of, there was I don't know if it was a factory or an office complex being constructed in the distance here, but this house is located several kilometers from Nezwa University, which is the school that designed and built this project. And this school is interesting. It's almost, I would say, I think it was about 80% female, because in this part of the country, the male high school students, a lot of them go to the UK for college, and then the women stay, and if they're going to get a college education, they go to a school in country. And so the population of male to female, I think the ratio is about 4-to-1 at Nezwa. And I have a lot of, this was a really striking space. The outside view, it just looks like kind of a behemoth. But inside, it was a really unique environment. And let me find, okay. All right, so this area here under the canopy, this is the north side of the house. The idea here, this canopy here, it looks like a bit of like a wave. It served a few different functions. Number one, it caught the wind coming from the north and funneled it down via the Venturi effect into the north garden space. So it's a big wind catcher, this whole entire structure. The other thing that it was used, another primary use of this space was you notice the boundary wall or the border wall all the way around the house. Pretty much every residential building in Oman has this concrete border wall for privacy, so that neighbors can't, peer on other neighbors. That's really the idea. And so usually when a female leaves the house, they put on the hijab to cover their head. And so really going outside is usually associated with putting on the hijab. So even if you're doing gardening in your backyard, let's say, you still are wearing the hijab because you're exposed. But what they did here is they included not only the boundary wall, but the canopy to create an extension of the private space into the outdoors. The idea being that the females in the household could come out here and not have to wear the hijab. They could be comfortable while they're gardening. And so this space here, I should get a picture of what it looks like now, but it was beautiful when they were just getting it set up. So that's really the idea of this canopy area. The other thing they have going on here is this is what we call a swamp cooler. It's a custom designed version of it. So because it's such a dry climate, they're able to take advantage of evaporative cooling. I live in Colorado, and that is an extremely viable cooling solution in Colorado. It uses a lot of water, but you're taking advantage of the latent heat capacity of water to cool. And so they're really the only one of the 5 participants in this competition that could make use of evaporative cooling because they're in such a dry climate. The ones near the sea could not do that. So I was really happy they took advantage of that and demonstrated the feasibility of this system. They also had there's a septic area and then the supply tank. Well, the supply tank was actually under this canopy. Septic is on the north of it. And then it was the primary entry into the house. So you didn't enter, if we go back here, you enter this house by parking about where the goats are, and then entering through a gate here on the east side, and then you enter through this door here. So you enter into the covered canopy area to enter the house. This is a view from the ground level up to looking up at the canopy, and then on top of the canopy there's the rack structure for the photovoltaic modules, as well as the hot water system. And up on this level, there's an access door here because this second level is a green roof. I think I have a photo of that coming up. That's actually the 3rd floor up here. Looking down from this view, this vantage point here is the next photo, looking down at the 2nd floor master bedroom balcony. And this is end of day. You can see the landscape out there. The city of Nezwa is out in the distance over here. And this is the green roof area. Unfortunately, it's underexposed. You can't really see it. And it hadn't really come to life yet. It was still just the substrate was down, but there really wasn't much vegetation at this point. But that is the roof garden area. This house had 10 air conditioning units in it. So this is an efficient house, but it still requires, to meet the load, 10 air conditioning units. And they were probably a bit oversized, but when you hire a contractor there, they don't really understand they don't see energy efficient buildings very often. So they're always worried about getting callbacks from the homeowner or the building tenant with complaints about the building not cooling sufficiently. So I suspect that they didn't really need 10 air conditioning units, but the contractor they got put them in anyway because that's what they do. They see a building this size and they just assume it needs 10 air conditioning units to cover this square footage. So there's some, really there's a lot of related industries that have to get comfortable with the concept of energy efficiency. So this is really a prototype that was laying out this vision, and the contractors will catch up over time. Another view of the access door to the green roof. So you might be able to see it's dark. That's soil there. These are the water tanks. So I think pretty much every single residential building I saw in country had a flat roof or a low slope roof with a parapet wall around the perimeter, and they all have the water tank sitting on top. So it's not pumped water. They get deliveries by a water truck periodically. They fill up the tank on the top of the roof, and they rely on gravity feed to pressurize the water system. And I always got excited going up to the roof on this building. It's 3 floors up. There's nothing around, and nice breezes up there. And especially during near sunset, it was just a beautiful place, I felt. And you have to, you're going up through this secret hatch kind of up to the roof from this 3rd level. And then, so this is what you see when you're up on the roof. I wish they would have had some seating up here, because just watching the sunset up here would have been amazing. But I really enjoyed, one day I spent half a day installing the weather station on this roof, and I still remember being there. There was a nice breeze. It was really hot, but just a good place to hang out. Another different angle from the roof. There's my rental car, my trusty rental car that got me through the 3 months. It almost looked, when you were standing here on the edge of the overlook of the canopy, I wish this was a slide. It would have been so fun. But really unique space. You don't see this in a residence every day. This is their integrated collector and storage hot water system, so they don't have to worry about freezing. I'm again from Colorado, so this is a bit foreign to me, but around here and in Oman and Hawaii, Israel, climates like that, this is the way to go. There's no reason not to have a integrated collector and storage hot water system. The racking for the PV system. As the sun's going down, a shadow of this huge structure reaching out over the landscape. The interior was a little bit more ornate than I would, for my taste, too ornate for my taste, but I think they were responding to, it was radical on the outside. They presented some radical ideas, but they wanted to balance that with some familiarity indoors. That was the sense I got. So I believe this is what a typical Omani residence, this is how it would be furnished. There's a lot of stained glass, and this is the sitting area overlooking, so we're looking into the backyard canopy area from here. This is my favorite shot, yeah. So this is looking at all 3 levels, master bedroom, balcony, the green roof access, the PV system up on the roof, and then the main floor here, and then the outdoor garden underneath the canopy. The exterior facade this is the east exterior facade. So to the left is the canopy volume. So they minimize windows smartly on the east and west facades, and the south actually. So really, there were some small windows on the east, north, and south, east, west, and south, but most of the openings were out to the canopy area on the north. I was there when they officially declared construction complete and the house to be open. So this was their impromptu, informal groundbreaking event that they invited me over for, which was really fun. And so they have the three protein options in Oman are goat, camel, lamb, and so that's hierarchical. So people with less means, with fewer means, or casual events, gold is sufficient if you want to save some reals, which is their currency. Mid-grade is considered camel, and the juries and I and the other organizers, we stopped at a roadside, I guess you would call it just like a bistro on the side of the road, and got some of the roadside camel dishes there. So that was my camel tasting that I did. But this was special because this is lamb, and it was a lamb from this guy here, Adil is his name. This was he has a small farm, and so this was a lamb from his farm, just for special occasions, which they considered this to be. And so this is the team of faculty that led the project. So it was really special to be invited for their groundbreaking ceremony. So again, one of my jobs was to measure the power, the temperatures, the appliances, the weather, and use all those measured parameters to create models of each building. And so I have my sensors draped all over these houses, which I was able to do there without worrying too much about the aesthetics, because this competition had a heavy research focus. The idea originally was to have measure the performance of the houses under simulated typical residential occupancy patterns over a month-long period, 30 days in a row, then kind of regroup, and then the following year have part 2 of the project, which was going to be the public phase of the project. So, presenting these designs at festivals, having open house events on site, and trying to really take what we learned from this experience, both the design, the build, and the measurements, and present these designs to the citizens. However, while I was there, I think oil was about $125 a barrel when I arrived, and Oman they were very comfortable. They had huge budget surpluses, and really, I think at the time I was there, 79% of the GDP came from the oil sector, and they actually have a smaller oil sector than their neighbors do. But still, 79% of the federal budget was petroleum. And so as the price goes up, they're in great shape. As it goes down, that's when things get tough. And while I was there was the oil, I don't know if it's officially called the oil crisis, but there was a huge drop from I think it went from about $125 a barrel to about 40 by the time I left. And what they do is they balance their budget. When they plan into the future, because the economy is so dependent on the price of oil, they have to assume a certain price of oil and budget according to that assumption. And that number, while I was there, was $75 a barrel. So they were at 125, they had a huge surplus. Everything was great. And then by the time I left, there were already starting to be discussions about austerity measures that would be necessary to survive that. And since I was there, it really has not reached that $75 a barrel benchmark too often. We've been under that most of the time. But it seemed like they've adjusted pretty well. There's been no unrest, which is something that tends to happen when your economy is so single-dimensional. And while I was there, they were talking about the first taxes on gasoline that anyone in the country has ever had to pay before. And they do have these taxes. So they're slowly introducing taxation. And I don't know, they just seem to have taken, I was worried about what would happen if the oil price stayed low for too long, but every month or so I log into the Times of Oman website, which is the English national newspaper, and it seems like they're carrying on just fine. So they've adjusted to these difficult economic conditions, which is good to see. This is the weather station on top of the Nezwa House. This is this Sultan Qaboos University home. This was me figuring out what I was going to monitor in the electrical panels. There was a lot of this going on. I had my head in these electrical panels. It felt like, half the time I was there. But I learned a lot about, three-phase power. So those of you who are familiar with residential power systems, we have line 1, line 2, like there's a black wire and a red wire. It's called single split phase residential, 120 volts / 240 volts. In Oman, they have three-phase power, just like a commercial building would. So it took me a while to get used to that and to get familiar with all the wire color conventions. But one of the houses had single phase, more like we have here. The other four had three phase. So had to adjust things a little bit there to accommodate that. This is inside the SQU house with 3 of the faculty advisors, one of whom graduated from, his name is escaping me, but he graduated from University of Colorado at Boulder Building Science program, which is where I got my master's as well. And so we had kind of the same academic background, except he went on to become a doctorate and a professor at the university, and I am here 20 years later as a competition director for for these collegiate design build competitions. Never would have predicted it, but interesting. That's right. Here we are. All right, the entrance to the home. So this is kind of the entrance seating area, I guess you'd call it. Paint. They were at that phase at this stage of the build. Yeah, so they had painted the exterior and the interior at this point. This is so my official role there was technical administrator. This is Fahad. He was the competition manager, and so he was my main point of contact during the 2+ years leading up to the competition. And so he, for example, recruited all the Omani members of our juries, and he got arranged for all the transportation of our juries around the country to see all the houses. So he was kind of my connection over there while I was working remotely from the States as we led up to this competition. I was able to visit 2 times prior to going there for the competition itself, and so that was useful so that there was less culture shock when I arrived for my 4-month stay at the culmination of the whole project. Fahad was a great guy, and he told me, the thing I got a kick out of with him is that he seemed to know every idiom. Usually when you speak with someone from another culture where English is not their first language, you can't speak in shorthand very easily because they don't understand what you're talking about. But I realized I could use all these idioms, I could refer to any TV show, and he got all of it. And I'm like, Fahad, how are you doing this? And he said it's because they take English in school there, but it's academic English, right? It's grammar rules. And so people his age have grown up in chat rooms with Americans and Australians primarily, and that's how they immerse themselves remotely into Western culture. It's really amazing. And so I didn't have to filter what I said anymore by the time I left because he got everything I was saying. And cool guy. Okay, this is the HCT house again. These 2 guys, Yasser and Yusuf, they were probably the 2 students that were most into the whole geeky instrumentation activities that I had to do. And so they really got into it. They helped me solve problems and, figure out if we're not getting a sensor reading. They really wanted to take on the challenge of figuring out what was going on. So this is after one of their victorious moments of figuring out why, like, a temperature sensor was reading an erroneous value. And so yeah, it was cool to not be alone doing that and to have some helpers there who were learning along the way. And Yasser they do have there's the military in Oman, and he seemed like a pretty important guy in the military. He didn't want to talk about it much, but cool guy. He was always having to leave for weeks at a time for military exercises, but then would come back. This was a freak hailstorm just in the middle of the day one day after during a thunderstorm. And I was driving, and the hailstorm happened, and then right after it happened, everyone just parked their cars on the road, on the side of the road, and just got out and enjoyed the novelty of it all. This is the house in the south, in Salalah, University of Dhofar. And there's a few things I want to make sure I point out about here, but I think this is when I first arrived, and we finally met in person, and we just had a dinner this night here in the dining room in the house. This is by far the most conservative of the three cities where the houses were located, and but again, the female team members were able to, they didn't wear their burqas in the house. They were able to dress more casually, and it was kind of like a private, they considered a private space, the house. So again, that kind of turns it into a bit of a hangout where the students like to go in between class if they have a break in their schedule. This is Lyudmila. She was a I think architecture professor at the university. She was the lead faculty advisor, kicking her feet up in the third floor loft space, I guess is the best way to describe it. The weather station. This is this is a very new university. This is one of the administration buildings on campus. So you can see here very hot and dry and arid, but this is the location where they have the Kharif season, the monsoon, and it's up in this area doesn't change at all during the monsoon. It's up in the hills here. That's where the moisture slams against the hills, the mountains, and gets stuck, the moisture coming up from India. So you have to drive up into these foothills to experience the Kharif season. What they did was they used a bit of a solar chimney approach, which, if anyone's been to Zion National Park, they have one of the more well-known publicly, they use it as a talking point. When you go into the visitor center there at Zion, they have a solar chimney there. So just taking advantage of the buoyancy effect of hot air. And you essentially have you take advantage of all that lift that you get from the buoyancy of the air, and it creates drafts through the building, and you open windows on the low level, and it just all gets funneled up through the solar chimney. So the hotter this solar chimney gets, the more it's inducing airflow up through the first floor windows. So it's a natural ventilation strategy. It's not actively cooling because there's no evaporative effect, although they did have some evaporative pads in these solar chimneys, but it's really about air movement, cooling, the cooling effect of air movement. So that's what these little towers are. Their solar hot water heater is up on the south tower. And then over here, these are the chases for the plumbing and the electrical conduits. And then they had a pretty small PV array. Oh, this ladder. I went up this ladder, I don't know how many hundreds of times, and I'm still here alive to tell about it. And our building inspector, Tom Myers, shall never see this photo. But it was an adventure every time. But it worked to some degree. This was one of the coolest features of this project was they had a, what do you call it? Somebody help me out here. When you have stepped farming. Terraced, yes, thank you. They had a terraced gardening approach. So they had some gray water treatment and reuse that they would, so you would do the laundry, the water would go into this little treatment system, and then they would, that's how they would water their vegetation. And I tried to find a photo of this, but when I was looking at Google Maps the other day to see what these plots of land look like now, this was extremely lush, this whole area. So completely filled with vegetation. And so apparently it works. So that was cool to see, because it looked like, I was wondering when I was there, is this ever gonna take off? But apparently the strategy is working for them. This is a second floor outdoor patio area. More stained glass windows. This is on the stairwell. And these were designed and created by the students. I think they had some art students involved. This is really complex damper system at the bottom of the solar chimney that they would use to control that natural ventilation induced by the chimney effect. This is the, it's called the Magulus. I mentioned this in my last talk. This is like where the males hang out during social occasions. It's usually a rectangular room with cushioned benches. And I don't know, that's where they smoke cigars and talk about politics and do all that stuff. These are some guys that were helping me with the rat's nest of wires that I was installing to monitor the system, the electrical system. They got this going really late in the game, but they really helped share the load when I was really, rushing to get this done at the last minute. Exterior view. This is from the northwest corner. Back to the HCT house. This was on National Day. That's the Omani flag. So I was there November 18th, which was also the start of our 1-month official competition period. So the official month of measurements was from November 18th to December 18th. So on November 18th, that's the Sultan's birthday, so they call that National Day. And it's like, our 4th of July, the cars have the Omani flags wrapped around them and everything, and so it's hard to miss that it's National Day. So the houses were closed for this 1 month while we were doing official measurements for the competition. That's what that sign alludes to. There's one of the National Day. There's a lot of cars like this around it. It's really gaudy looking, but it's festive, so it's kind of cool. It's like our 4th of July. It's a little over the top, but once a year, why not? Dates, which are everywhere. You always get served dates when you're invited over to someone's house. This is that same group of guys from the HCT team after we all finally realized the dishwasher wasn't working because somebody had drilled into the side of the container that the casing of the dishwasher. It took us forever to fill it, to figure out what was going on there, but this is that triumphant moment when we finally got a handle on that issue. Back to the Nezwa house. Okay, so I'm bouncing from out, this is chronological, so as I went from one location to the next, I'm bouncing from SQU to HCT to Nezwa, back to HCT, back to Nezwa. It was going on day after day like this. The trips to Salalah were always a lot more intentional because I had to get on a plane to go there. The other option is to drive 12 hours straight through in the desert, and I didn't have the courage to attempt that. So I was a frequent flyer on Oman Air for the month I was there. This is the German University of Technology home, which was the architecture jury's favorite. They used mud bricks as their primary structural, mud bricks and steel, as well as this what do you call it, Bobby? The storefront window, it's got a name, begins with a C, whatever it is. Curtain wall, thank you. Yep, that's the one. So this was a big part of their approach. So it was all about soft northern light entering in to illuminate the space. The curved area around the north just had a few slotted windows, but that was about it. I think I have a photo here. So it was a really bright space despite only having fenestration on one side of the building. And this is some shots of the interior. You can see all these, this is all mud brick. And it was really interesting seeing the photos from the student labs that the professors hosted for the students as they were learning. It's almost like they were being taught how to rediscover building with mud, which is how all the residential construction historically was built. Here's an image of the one of the windows on the north side, and they had an automated shading system to control light, to control heat gain on the north, on the south. This is their living space area. another living space area on the other side of the building. So you'll find that everywhere, is that there's two living areas, one for the males when families get together. I don't know if you saw Titanic, but it's a similar thing there, where they all enter the dining room and the guys go in the back and the women are in a separate area, and that's just the way this works in this culture. But they kind of broke down some of those barriers. While respecting the culture, they also created a vision for how it could be a little more open. So you can see there's no door here. There's free flow through the building. So they were introducing new concepts. This is typical. You go to a movie theater and there's a big mosaic of the Sultan greeting you before you enter. Back to the HCT house. Obviously, big issue is not snow like I deal with in Colorado, where you lose a couple days of solar production at a time, but here it's the slow buildup of the sand. And there wasn't actually, I don't think that there wasn't an official dust storm when I was there, but it doesn't matter. It builds up quickly. And so this is Yasser here doing the daily chore of spraying off the PV modules, because this was during the competition period when they were trying to squeeze every watt out of their system as they could. This was the ceiling in my hotel room when the water heater flooded. So that was a fun day. Didn't get much done that day. Back to Dhofar. They had cobblestone driveway and pedestrian wayfinding areas as the sun was going down one day. And just before I left, it was approaching middle of winter, the winter solstice. I think I left on December 22nd, and just when I left, the weather was just amazing. It was 75 every day. The sky was no longer white, it was blue constantly, and all the flowers were blooming. And so spring had arrived, finally, and then I had to leave. But it was a good way to leave, instead of, suffering through the heat on the way out. I got to see Oman when it kind of comes back to life after a long, tough summer season. And so I finally had a couple days at I think the last 2 days I was there, the competition was done, and I finally had a couple days to be a tourist. And so I just went to all the tourist hotspots. This one here, this is the Sultan's yacht sitting in the main harbor. Matra Souk. So anyone that's ever been to Oman, I'm sure, has been to the Matra Souk. And so a souk is a shopping bazaar, a shopping area. And so this is kind of like one of the main 3 or 4 destinations for tourists. I was just in one shop randomly where they had these lots of these daggers. So the formal male outfit that they wear for formal events includes I forget the kandar. It's called the kandar. It's a dagger here on the right. So that's something that was featured in this shop. And then I looked at this wall and I saw John Kerry there. And this was actually a photo he took with the store owner. And he was there during the, I forget what year the talks were, the peace talks in Iran, when the Iran nuclear deal was agreed upon. John Kerry was there for that because Oman is a country that is very neutral, and they host a lot of these international summits in that part of the world. And so I didn't expect to see that, but there he was. Here's the good old Lulu supermarket. That's where the sustenance came from during my stay. All packed up, ready to go. And then the last thing I did was visit the mosque, Sultan Qaboos Mosque, which kind of speaks for itself. This is where you put your shoes when you walk in, before you do ablutions here, washing the feet. And it is not an understated style. And then this is one of the indoor mosque area, or the indoor worship areas. The Quran, they have a lot of tourists there, so they have someone who shows you the Quran. You're not allowed to touch it if you're not Muslim. And so it's a little bit of a tour of their faith. And so that's the Sultan Qaboos Mosque. And then the very last thing I did was just drive around a neighborhood to kind of see what typical residential construction is like in the country. This is what they're trying to get away from, and this competition was a baby step towards getting away from this construction where windows, there's no consideration of where the sun is. That's the biggest issue, is that they have tons of windows all around the perimeter of the house without regard to whether it's north, south, east, or west. Katie, yes? Okay. Here we go again. All right. Let me fly through the last few photos. I'm getting the eye here. All right. Hi, Mom. So that was right before I came home in my rental car, which had seen better days. And you can get a ticket I can't believe I didn't get a ticket for my dusty rental car, because that's a common thing. So usually going to the supermarket goes along with having your car washed by somebody in the parking lot of the supermarket. That's like a weekly ritual there. So they never busted me for it. So thank you. Appreciate it.
This was the end. This was the end. This was what we had been working towards for 2 years. It came down to this. See, we were trying to build the house of the future. Build it better and make it smarter. We were part of a competition called the Solar Decathlon. But we were really just a bunch of college kids trying to make a difference and build a home that people would actually want to live in all at the same time. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Let's take a step back. By now you're probably wondering, what is the Solar Decathlon? Well, it's an international competition to build the energy-efficient house of the future. We were a part of Team Orange County. See, the competition is between colleges, and our team had 4. We were made up of University of California, Irvine, Chapman University, Irvine Valley College, and Saddleback College. In fact, we were one of the most diverse teams they had ever had in the competition. It was unprecedented, and no one really knew how it was going to work out. So, we just started. Here, let me introduce you to a few members of the team.
My name is Paige Spalak, and I'm a student at Saddleback.
My name is Jeffrey Mongwam. I am a student at IVC.
I'm Cami Jen, and I'm a media and marketing specialist for UC Irvine, and I'm also a Chapman alum.
My name is Moritz Limpinsel. I'm at UC Irvine in my 5th year as a PhD student.
I work on the landscaping, and I am designing the dinner party menus for the competition, as well as the movie night that will be held.
I share a cubicle with the project manager, Alex McDonald, and he was telling me how Chapman is running the communications effort and that he was having a hard time getting all the way down here enough to really get the students involved.
I got involved almost 2 years ago with Team Orange County for the Solar Decathlon, and I became the project engineer.
And my position with the Solar Decathlon is working on the interior design, but also with the communication team for their public exhibit materials to make sure that the aesthetics of the house flow very nicely with our design.
Did you hear that? That's something I forgot to mention. Not only did we have to design and build this house from scratch, but we also had to market it. We had to make sure it was somewhere that people would actually want to live, and we had to design public exhibit materials for the thousands of people that were going to be touring our house come competition time. But before all that, we had to figure out what the basis of our house was going to be. So we settled on 1 core design philosophy as well as 4 design principles. Let me explain. Casa del Sol was built around the idea of biomimicry, basically meaning that we're copying the characteristics of something found in nature. In our case, we were basing our design around the California poppy. We picked it because it's an incredibly resilient flower, and it opens and closes to the sun, much like our house. Which leads me to the first of our design principles, passive solar. Now, in a technical sense, this means that we use architectural elements to regulate heating, cooling, and lighting demand without employing mechanical or electrical power. In layman's terms, it means we use the sun to heat and cool our house without using any extra energy. Oh, and we use the wind too. See, in Southern California, we get southwestern ocean breezes, so our house automatically opens to let them in when we need to cool our house down. Our second design principle is disruptive innovation. Now, this one's going to take some explaining. Electronics in our house run off of one of 2 kinds of power, AC or DC. Normally, if you want to use DC power, you have to convert it from the AC power we get from the grid. And even if you have solar panels, you have to convert that DC energy to AC and then back to DC, resulting in a 10% energy loss every time you convert it. In our house, however, we have an AC-DC bidirectional inverter, meaning we can use both AC and DC power directly without the energy loss. Our third design principle is SoCal market appeal. By 2060, Southern California's population is estimated to increase by over 2 million people. We decided that we should adjust our house's design to account for that. That's why we include a flex room and a detached studio to account for a family's changing needs, such as that of a family with a returning college student. Our last design principle is that of drought resilience. This was especially important to Casa del Sol, given that our house was based in Southern California. To combat the dry climate, we used a few different techniques. We used plants that were appropriate for the local climate, we used a gray water runoff system to water everything else, and we also used a rainwater capture system, just to supplement our water even further. In addition to lowering our water usage, we also implemented a vertical garden. This meant the tenants of Casa del Sol could grow their own food right on their porch. So now that we had our design, it was time to actually build the house. But before we could do that, we needed the money. So, we started campaigning. This is Alex McDonald, the project manager of Team OC, which means he was largely in charge of raising the money to build the house, which means he gave a lot of presentations and a lot of interviews. Simultaneously, the team was also putting the final touches on the design of the house and getting ready for construction.
Just a reminder, the soft deadline for the jury narratives is a month from now. Okay. So from, architecture, market, appeal, engineering, and communications, we need to start that editing process. So whoever is the writers for those groups.
I did a review of the engineering draft yesterday, and I sent that back to the students, and it needs a lot of work. But
yeah, I mean, that's you guys have like a month, so yeah, I just wanted to keep you guys up to date and remind you guys.
What's the status on architecture and interior design finishes?
Yes, I sent over all the stuff over to the vendor, and right now they have their engineers reviewing everything, with including all the appliances, the specs, to make sure to see how they would proceed.
This is for furniture?
Furniture, millwork, everything.
Okay.
So they're assessing everything based on what we submitted to them so that they can accurately price it out for us. So I'm waiting for the numbers to come back. And they have expressed that they are interested in donating some of it, but they will work out a price for us just so we can cost it out into our budget.
Okay.
So I'm waiting to hear back.
Okay. But as far as design, we're all done?
Yeah.
And what a design it was. And that was it. That was our first look at our house in 3D. Now we just had to build it.
This is the halo for the outdoor living room.
and we'll have a shade element structure that will be able to retract over this. And the shade structure provides shading obviously during the day, but then at night you'll be able to pull back and see the stars, host a movie night outdoors, and enjoy the ambiance. It'll be quite nice. So, the house was here. Now, all that was left was to take all of the pieces and put them together before competition time. You could say it was a little stressful. If we didn't meet our deadline, we would start losing points for every hour that we went over. But we made it. We finished the house and it was time to go to the opening ceremony. But first, a group picture.
3, 2, 1.
A lot of light. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Bobby Vance, and today I'm going to be talking with you about the Future House project. So I am a practitioner. I'm an architect. I have my own design consulting practice. I teach architecture at the University of Virginia, and I am now the competition manager for the new Gateway Decathlon. I just wanted to quickly, before I started my presentation, show a picture of our amazing team. This is us in Dubai in 2018 after the competition had completed and after we had some rest so we could finally smile again. This is me down in the corner, but we had 20 people over at that event for over a month, halfway around the world, and the entire process couldn't have been possible without them. So the Future House. Virginia Tech has had a very proud history of competing in solar decathlon projects. Up until 2018, we had competed in 4 different events. The first one being in 2002, and you'll obviously be able to see a pretty interesting evolution over time, but this one was kind of showcasing innovations in solar technology. The next one in 2005, also on the National Mall, was all about a transportation strategy, being able to have a deck system that folds up and becomes a structural system for transportation, and ended up winning a National AIA Design Award. And then the Future House, which was the entrant in the 2009 and 2010 competition, ended up winning first place in the inaugural European competition in Madrid, Spain. And this house was all about a responsive architecture. So looking at one that can open itself up when the weather is nice and then close itself down when it needs to protect itself in harsh weather or during a storm. And we used a series of operable panels, one shade, one insulation, and one for privacy that could operate independently of one another to optimize both passive and active systems in the home. And the entire house was smart. It was doing this through AI technology. This was back in 2008, and we've obviously come a long way from there. Energy monitoring to be able to show real-time feedback to the occupants so they know how to adjust their lifestyle to live more sustainably. And we really felt like the reason that that project won is because this is how it was delivered. It was built in Virginia and was shipped over to Spain. It was fully complete. It was fully operational. It came shrink wrapped. We like to call it gift wrapped. And this was our competitors from Germany literally starting from the foundation. So while we had 10 days to test, they had 10 days to build their project. And after that experience, it was able to come back to the United States. It was exhibited at the National Building Museum in DC. This is it in Madrid, Spain, next to the Palace. It was able to go up to Times Square in New York. It was a part of the Good Morning America show on the Weather Channel, which was great. It went to the Green Build Conference in 2011. This is it here in Millennium Park in Chicago, and found a kind of a final resting place for a couple years at the Farnsworth House in Illinois, which is really amazing because the huge inspiration behind the home design was actually that Mies van der Rohe project from the mid-century. And after we had looked at that kind of single-family dwelling, we kind of took a pause. We understood what the Solar Decathlon was trying to do, but really felt like it needed to start focusing on more of a high-density and a more urban-scale intervention for this project. So we had partnered with an amazing design firm, Skidmore, Owings & Merrill. They designed the Freedom Tower, the Sears Tower, and are a huge staple in Chicago to redevelop an old U.S. steel mill plant just on the south side of Chicago. So we spent 3 different summers. I had internships in Chicago every summer, exploring how that concept could translate to a mid to high density setting in an urban environment. So these were some of those sustainable strategies. We ended up coming up with a 6-story residential concept that was adopted by a developer and created a really amazing and efficient floor plan for different modular solutions that could scale from a 1 to a 3 bedroom. And after that experience, what we really began to think about is how was this actually going to be built? How efficiently could we reimagine the building process? And I'm not sure, you can kind of see it. The darker gray areas we found, those are the complex portions of the house, and the remaining portions are just air. So why would we pay 100% of the shipping? We're actually only shipping about 10% of what makes the house function. So we developed what we called the cartridge concept. We built these discrete pieces. We almost think about them as, high-tech pieces of furniture, each one defining what the purpose of each of those rooms are. we really do, it's funny that we have Tesla here, we really did relate that to, Tesla coming in and disrupting the automotive industry. We thought about, if we're going to be building the home of the future, it can't be built outside anymore. We have to industrialize that and bring it into a factory setting. So just as Tesla is kind of pushing the envelope of that, we thought we could do just the same. So we began to develop these cartridges. We were displaying them at a warehouse facility just off Virginia Tech's campus. They were exhibited at different national building shows. And then one day, there was a gas explosion, and it blew up the entire building and all of our research. This was just as we were accepting our entry into the Solar Decathlon in Dubai. We kind of had a one-day pause of like, can we do this? We were anticipating bringing half of these to Dubai. All of our sponsors answered the phone and said, of course, we're going to support you again. This is a great chance for us to learn from maybe some mistakes we did in the past, and we can make version 2.0. So, the Future House. An amazing opportunity to showcase in front of an international stage in Dubai. As you might imagine, Dubai is very different from the mountains of Appalachia where Virginia Tech is located. It was a really interesting topic because we had to build this in Virginia, and then it had to exist and operate in both climates, in both cultures. So we assembled a great team to help us understand how the home could adapt as it moved around the world. So Dubai, if you haven't been, is a very interesting place. Every time we would go on kind of a 6-month interval, there would be like a whole new city would have been built in a 6-month area. And they actually, they would like to become the most sustainable city in the world, which is a challenge because they don't have any water. They desalinate all of their water from the Persian Gulf. But that being said, the competition organizers, who is the Department of Energy and Water Authority of Dubai, came up with 10 different contests that allowed us to have the competition. So we had a 2-year period. We started in 2017, ended the competition in 2018. The way that we structured at Virginia Tech is we opened up a survey research course to every major across the university. So we ended up getting 12 different schools across the university, over 100 students to participate in this class, and it really set up what our goals were for the project. We partnered with some different collaborating centers. These are research institutions within the university: Center for Powered Electronics, the DREAMS Lab, which is all about additive manufacturing, different macromolecular institutes looking at waterproofing technologies. So these are like world-class, highly funded institutes that were able to contribute to the project, as well as a suite of amazing sponsors. We had over 100 sponsors. These are just some that you might know of. Both in-kind and cash donations raised, I think it was around $1.5 million for the project. It's cost a lot of money to get it to Dubai. We really needed a lot of their support. And the way we started thinking about the design for Future House was really looking at what are the typical kind of construction and kind of the spatial feelings of the vernacular in Dubai. So a lot of their cultural and religious spaces are really calming places, very, very few artwork, a great connection indoor to outdoor, even though it's a very harsh climate. When the season does allow it to be, they like to be outdoors. And then we started thinking about a material palette that would match that. Very natural materials, things that might feel high-tech, but as you look closer, begin to reveal the craft of how that material is made. So we came up with a really beautiful design. In the Middle East, it's a much more private culture than we might have in our area of the world. So we decided to look at a beautiful screen that could really enclose the home, allow for the privacy that they expect, but begin to perforate that and kind of break down some of those cultural barriers. And then this was it partway under construction in Dubai. So a really interesting reality between the rendering and what actually got realized. So this was our site. When we first came, we drove into the desert and we were like, I guess we'll just put some tape on the sand here and call this our own. Dubai is, so it's the United Arab Emirates. There's actually 7 states. Dubai is a state and also a city. It hugs the coast up here, but it owns the land all the way out here. It's about 45 minutes south of downtown Dubai. We were questioning why the authorities were trying to get us all the way into the middle of the desert. Come to discover, they were building the world's largest solar array. So this is now almost quadrupled in size. and the competition village was just to the west side of that. So similar to the constraints here at the Orange County Sustainability Decathlon, we had a plot of land that we had to fit inside of a solar envelope. Again, we took those discrete pieces, our cartridges from our first iteration, reimagined those for what it might mean for our new constraints in a 900 square foot setting, and began to think about ideas of flexible space so we could make the house feel bigger than its actual footprint implied. So a huge consideration, knowing that we weren't just driving it down the street, how was the house going to be shipped to Dubai efficiently? We were at first working with UPS. They were going to fly these cartridges over to Dubai, charter 2 private 747s. That was $1.2 million. So we had made some adjustments so that we could make it a lot more affordable. So it took about 45 days to make its way halfway around the world. We had to get there 2 days earlier because a hurricane was coming and was shutting down the port. So we had to act really quickly, which is always about reacting in a competition like this. And then when we finally got to the site, we really did time it. We had built it at Virginia Tech twice. We knew exactly how long it was going to take us, and we executed that plan by the time we got there. So we had our site, we had a crane, we had a forklift. We really quickly laid down our foundations. We began to set our cartridges in order. The back half is our kind of wet mechanical and our electrical rooms. The south half was the living space. We then enclosed that with some different wall cartridges. We added our roof panels. We added our solar panels. We added a shading canopy around. We added a deck, and then encased that with a beautiful screen. So the house here, as you can see, very, very simple floor plan. It really is divided into an entry area here. This is the public space with a kitchen and a living room. We then have a bedroom and a bathroom. And as you can see, as I go through this series, the house is able to utilize some flexible furniture components to really expand and repurpose those spaces. So you have a sliding wall here that's able to pull out to divide that space into an office and a living room while maintaining a full bedroom. You can then slide that even further. It becomes a full office that you can bring people into while maintaining the size of the living room, but then your bed would fold up, but while still maintaining a closet so you can come and change throughout the day as you need to. You don't need to sleep necessarily throughout the day. We could then push all of those wall components back if you wanted to have a larger, let's say, party mode in that area. Our dining room table actually stowed within the island, so when it wasn't in use, when you weren't eating, you weren't having a room that wasn't used, but then you could pull it out and utilize that space, and then it can move outdoors when the weather was nice as well. We really did plan our tour route throughout the house to highlight all of those components, again, blending that indoor and outdoor function of the home. And the whole reason why this whole thing functioned was because of what we called our spine. So this was, we call it the central nervous system of the house. It connected all the cartridges together. Essentially, every cartridge was its own building. Everyone had its own electrical system, its own panel. Everything had a pigtail that would tie itself back. So we could de-energize and energize portions of the house, thinking that in the future, if someone wanted to renovate a kitchen, they could simply unplug that kitchen, bring in a new one without having to renovate the house and add any waste. So this is showing a very simple diagram of the mechanical, electrical, plumbing, and sprinkler system for the house. And then we did break it, even though it's a very small footprint, we did break it into 6 different zones for cooling and heating in the house. So as you moved throughout the home, there were glass panels on the floor and actually was sensing where the occupant was and who it was and would turn off different rooms or preset it based on who was occupying that space. Some cool innovations in the kitchen. We were able to have what we call a digital backsplash or a virtual window. You'll see some pictures of that later. It was able to pull up recipes, but also change that window to any view you wanted in the world, including looking at your kids who are playing in the yard to keep tabs as the parents are cooking dinner. What we really loved about this, we were thinking about the concept of aging in place, or if you have a temporary disability, the upper cabinets and the lower cabinets can all adjust. So depending on who's using the room, it could be preset to who that's using, and then it's always challenging to fully utilize all of our storage in the kitchen because some of it might be up high. This actually allowed the upper cabinets to fully come down so you could reach the top shelf, while also at night having a UV function so it would sanitize the countertop By the time you woke up the next morning, your kitchen had essentially cleaned itself, which is quite nice. In the bathroom, we started working with Kohler. So Kohler, makes amazing plumbing products. They hadn't yet gotten into the 3D printed space. So we went to them and we were like, if you could develop your next technology, what would you do? So we partnered with them. We started thinking about this idea of a wave or a sand dune in the desert, and we ended up 3D printing a sink with them where it has a series of sensors. There's no knobs. You essentially put your hands underneath of this. As you move your hand from left to right, you could find the temperature of water that you wanted that was comfortable for you, all with an antimicrobial finish. And then this was a huge innovation for us. We discovered this group out of Sweden. This guy worked for NASA. There is no water in space, so they have to reuse as much water as possible. This uses a series of sensors and pumps to fully reuse 90% of the water in the home and recover 85% of the energy. In a place that has no water, the Sultan, or the Sheikh, was thinking that this needed to be installed in every building in Dubai. And then in the bedroom, looking at a Murphy bed concept. Obviously, sun is a really big consideration. It's very, very hot, and there is almost no vegetation there. So we designed the canopy to perfectly shade the house no matter where it was throughout the day. And then thinking about how that one single-family concept that we were displaying for the competition could then scale itself up to that urban concept more towards the coast in downtown Dubai. I'm going to skip this. We had a great social media campaign. Prism was our internal marketing team. We developed an amazing website. I encourage you to check that out, futurehouse.tech. We had amazing social media platforms. We were able to do a crowdfunding campaign within our university. This was basically students just donating their own money, and somehow we still got over $10,000, which was great. And we really did feel an extreme privilege, as we were the only United States team to be selected for the competition, so we did feel like we were representing American ingenuity halfway around the world. This is our team. Our house was fully built by students. There was an amazing build space on Virginia Tech's campus. We spent tireless hours using SIPS panels to put the house together. We then took out a window and slid everything out ever so carefully and reassembled that behind the building. So this is the cartridges in their fully finished form without the finished panels on them. They're being loaded on the truck to go to Dubai. Here everything was tarped. This is the ship that we were on. We then had some new neighbors out in the middle of the desert. This was a daily occurrence where in Virginia we have deer crossing, they have camels that occupy the road. This was our site. This was the beginning. There was an interesting observation tower back here, but our site was basically almost nothing more than a plot of sand. So day one, going out, finding our ladders, finding our tools, getting ready to build. Mass chaos on the site of every crane trying to orchestrate itself. Here we were beginning to put down our foundations. There's the cartridges waiting to be deployed, fully finished foundations, a crane simply bringing them over. Every time we did this, we were able to find different ways to assemble this. This we spent significant amount of money on a crane. Every time after that used a forklift, so we were always finding ways to speed up the process. And this was the house after 12 hours. So we were taking some innovations from our past projects while saving a lot of money on the transportation cost. This is us bringing in the solar panels. What we did is we pre-wired in 5 different trays our solar systems. We only needed about 3 of these to fully power the house, but we acknowledged that something's probably going to break along the way, so we needed to build in some redundancy. This is almost a plug-and-play solution rather than an electrician needing to wire this. This is a shot at night, us cutting some tile that we got from Italy for our beautiful patio space here. You can see a glass facade, which becomes a theme for the project. What's beautiful about glass is it really does, it changes, and it kind of changes colors, but also reflections throughout the day, and really does multiply the size of the space. This is one of our team leads, Michelle. We used a perforated stainless steel screen that was modeled after the mashrabiyah, which is their traditional shading structure, but we modernized that. We were able to find a way that it was able to kind of feel very modern and almost like a shell on the outside, but then have a nice white and reflective system on the inside. For our electrical system, it's a pretty small electrical room. Again, always thinking about the competition and what's going to go wrong. We actually built an entirely secondary system that was on a DIN rail. We could unmount one and completely reinstall the system so that our house would never have an issue if for some reason one thing were to happen. We took this competition very seriously. This is one of the inspectors coming in. You can see the spine open with all of the mechanical and the sprinkler systems there. This is a surprise visit by the Sheikh and the Crown Prince in the middle, and we're like trying to make ourselves presentable again and wash our hands to shake it. But amazing how involved the royal family was in this to kind of show the vision of making Dubai a very sustainable place. The 3D printed sink broke as we were trying to ship it over here, so Kohler refinished it and then tried to ship it to the desert. There was no address that existed, so I was very surprised that FedEx found us in the middle of the desert, which is great. And this is after we had gotten our final inspection and the team could finally breathe again, which was a monumental moment. And I'm going to run through some of the finished photos of the house. Again, this might not be your aesthetic, but I think that we were extremely proud to think about this as something that almost was materialless, right? It was a kind of a form-finding exercise. The idea of the glass and the idea of these textures meant that it could blend in with the landscape, or someone can imagine what materials they might want to apply to it at the end. So this is the entry cartridge. We had building integrated photovoltaics, so it's almost like a Venetian blind, but as sun is coming through the window, it's actually adding power to the space. This is where traditionally they would come in, they would wash. If you're in a Muslim culture, in American culture, you'd just be able to take off your jacket, your shoes, and then enter into the home. A bathroom space, again, both the toilet and the sink were all adjustable. So looking at an aging in place scenario, the toilet could lower down to ease someone getting on, and they could actually lift them off if they had mobility issues at the end. We started to think about wall surfaces as more than just featureless gypsum. Every single wall panel on the house came off, so we could hide the systems while remaining accessible in case there was a plumbing leak, in case you wanted to upgrade something over time. And then we began to think about wall panels as art panels. So this is actually a Korean product. We were able to CNC mill that and think about it almost like as a digitized sand dune that could be a wall feature. In the kitchen, now you can see that digital window. We were reminding ourselves of Virginia and then showing some pictures of Appalachia. But we had an integrated refrigerator over here, some wonderful appliances from Miele. Our induction cooktop was actually underneath the countertop. So the nice idea about that is you're not taking up space with appliances. When you need to cook, it is on. When you don't, it is just additional countertop area. And then a screen within the middle island that the family could come and pull up recipes around, could do homework around, or just entertain and show pictures from their travels around the world. And this is us demonstrating that. One really interesting thing, too, is all the ceiling panels, which were patterned based on our screen, were also able to be adjusted. So up above here was our networking system. If we needed to adjust that, we could just simply push that up, make some adjustments, and bring it back down. You didn't have to disassemble your house to work on your house. This is that living room space, so this is it in dining room mode. This is that table that stows within the island. We had a picture of the Grand Canyon on one side. That screen actually, that image actually flipped around. So there was a TV on the other side, so during the daytime while you're working, it could be a second monitor. During night, you can literally close away your office, you can flip around the screen, and then that becomes entertaining. So we don't need a million monitors, we don't need a million things if we can actually share technology with spaces throughout the day. This is it. You can kind of see a small office scenario over here, that dining room table then moved over, and that ceiling illuminated. This is that area. Again, this was a sit-to-stand desk. That other secondary table slid within. So again, within a 900 square foot house, we actually determined we have about 1,200 square feet of usable space in its different configurations. Every single door had an integrated iPad where we were able to real-time energy monitor. You were able to adjust the different layers. There was an insulation screen, an actual mesh screen, and then a blackout screen that you could make some adjustments in the home. Maybe. This was that screen. So during the daytime, really amazing patterns that began to be, the shadows started to cast within that area. It was awesome to kind of be in that space and realize how cool it was in the shade versus in the direct sunlight. And then again, how, because we used that reflective glass around the project, how it began to almost really envelop you always in this garden-like setting. So as we created this almost inverse courtyard, we were inside of it. No matter where you looked in the house, you were always looking at something that was planted and was beautiful. And then as the sun began to set, again, it began to change that space. The inside of the house was preset to different modes, so it could almost, if you were traveling internationally, it could readjust your circadian rhythm to allow you to easily fall asleep again. Our beautiful 50-year-old olive trees that we donated to our beautiful professional photographer that was here. Our bed that is a smart mirror on the back. If everyone remembers Clueless, it had your whole inventory, so you could actually slide through, pick out your outfit, and then different doors and drawers would actually pop open to show you where you put that, as opposed to saying, where the hell was my scarf? There. But then it's able to actually deploy itself down and then become a queen-size bed when you need to sleep in that area. The bathroom was by far my favorite room of the house. Again, you start to see some of those sand dune motifs come back in. This is a 3D printed sink. We had a projector on the bathtub, which was kind of perfectly placed for modesty as well if someone was in there, and then a rain shower head with this too. And again, everywhere we tried to look at how can we integrate technology so it's adding and never detracting from the space. So a smart mirror like this is only displaying the information that you need. If you needed more, it can actually illuminate the screen, but its kind of default mode was just displaying the weather and a really beautiful shot at night. What's beautiful about the screen is because during the daytime it reflects, but at night it almost becomes this lace-like, very, very delicate system. So we were very impressed to see, that our renderings actually turned into reality. And then the space, again, could adjust based on the occupant and the mood and the seasons in the home. And you can see how, again, began to give little windows through that, which was a challenge for that culture, right? It wants to be very private. But this actually began to start some conversations about how much we should be able to communicate through those barriers. Again, another shot at night during the daytime. So we won. We were extremely excited. It was an extremely, extremely challenging competition. Thank you. About half of these teams had competed and or won in previous competitions, so everyone brought their A game. But ultimately, we did, up until now, we did win by the largest point margin in history. So we were very, very, very pleased with that. This is me looking, everyone is so excited, and this is me just exhaling and being completely exhausted at this moment, but then I love seeing it again, reminding myself how great that moment was. We ended up winning the competition, which had a cash prize. This is not $900,000, this is 900,000 dirhams, which is about $250,000. Which was nice to pay off some of the debt that we incurred for our project. This is us actually having fun at the end of that. We all ceremoniously left something in the desert. I buried my shoes that had completely melted and fallen apart during the construction process. It felt right just to let that probably turn back into oil someday. And what was the coolest experience about this is after we had won, we had gotten a call from the Times Square Alliance. That's the group that is actually in charge of events in Times Square in New York. And they were like, could you bring the house to Dubai? And my colleague was like, absolutely. And I'm like, absolutely not. I don't even know if the house works again. Like, we need to figure this out. We pulled it off. We brought it back to Virginia Tech. We fixed a couple things that had broken in transit. And we set this entire house up from nothing to fully functioning, everything finished in 48 hours. So where it took us 10 days in Dubai, we got that down to 48 hours. And then Nike apparently needed to rent this spot. So they were like, you need to be out in 24 hours at the end? Sure, we can do it in 24 hours. And we did in 24 hours, which was pretty amazing. But this is from, I believe it's the W Hotel looking down. Again, a spaceship has landed in the middle of Times Square as a part of New York's NYC by Design event in 2019. So as you can imagine, we got about 80,000 visitors in the middle of the desert in Dubai, which was pretty impressive. There's like 1 million people at any given moment in Times Square. So we had, I think it was just over 100,000 people within a 1-week period visit the house. This is it kind of in its context with all the lights and everything going on. But what was really amazing about this is it's almost, you had this calm, very, very tranquil space, and just on the other side is the chaos of the city going on. So it was a really kind of special moment for us to be able to have our retreat in the middle of the city. And then Virginia Tech, so the main campus is in Blacksburg, Virginia, down in the southwestern portion. There's a lot of interest, there's a lot of companies in the DC metro area. Virginia Tech is opening up a new innovation campus, and they wanted to bring this to kind of showcase, this is our most innovative project to date. Let's have this be kind of the first thing that can be on the ground. So this is in Alexandria, Virginia, later in that summer, just after that Times Square experience. So an alumni event we were able to throw in the house. There's a ton of people that live in that area that supported the project financially and with mentorship throughout. And then probably the most amazing thing is we got a call from the World's Fair, so which was in Dubai. It was in 2020, got a little bit pushed to 2021 because of the pandemic, but Virginia Tech got invited back to participate. It was the only, and I think almost in the history, it was the only university to have a pavilion at the World's Fair. So the Future House made its way back, was exhibited for 6 months, had 1 million people visit it during that event that was focused on mobility, sustainability, and culture. So obviously an amazing achievement. The house is now back in Virginia, just sold at an auction, and is now a private home for somebody. So a part of this entire project, there were kind of some sister projects that got spawned from it. The Future House in total, I think the insured value was right around $2 million or so. Seems expensive. Some of the sink was about $100,000 just because Kohler doesn't make that sink, right? It was all research. We really tried to think about, okay, if that's like the Cadillac version of this, what could the complete opposite end be? How can we begin to look at modular design to solve some of our most pressing crises around the world? This is Houston. I believe this was in 2016 or 2017 when that huge hurricane came and flooded the city. FEMA came to Virginia Tech and was like, we know you guys are working on some modular innovations. What could you do to replace the FEMA trailer, right? So this is essentially what gets delivered to a site. This design has not been updated since the mid-70s. As a taxpayer, this should infuriate you, this cost $175,000. How is that possible? And it's filled with formaldehyde, they literally fall apart, and there really isn't a strategy to replace the neighborhoods. These kind of move in, people move out, and it completely changes the dynamic of those spaces. So we really got to thinking, this should never be a permanent solution. This should be something that temporarily solves a need, that gets people in a dignified place to live as the community is able to rebuild itself. You can't move people out of their community, then they don't come back. If they can stay on their site, if you can enable them to kind of pick themselves up, then they rebuild their community. So we began to think about just a really simple solution. This was our disaster relief prototype, again, based on that cartridge concept. This is us. We built this alongside building that damn Future House because FEMA's like, we'd love for you to exhibit this concept. Of course we are going to do that. This is us driving literally through a hurricane to get to Florida to exhibit it in Orlando after the hurricane had come up, exhibiting it to FEMA, showing them how we could quickly take it from this 90 square foot something on the back of the truck that we pulled from Blacksburg, moving it off. So there are 4 roof components, and then there is 1 cartridge component. This is us spreading those roofs to quickly move out. This is it fully deployed. Again, this is not what I was just showing you from a finishes standpoint, but from a functionality standpoint, it had a kitchen, it had a bathroom behind that, it had a living space, a bedroom space, and a loft area. That cost $40,000 with government markup, with transportation. So almost 4 of them to 1, right? We had been working with a developer who was helping as a contractor with FEMA to get this going. So this is an actual solution that is going to start being deployed around the country. And this is the last component that's going on there. Thank you. And this is it in its kind of final resting place. I think it ended up in Key Largo for a family to actually utilize, and us at the end. So, and this is the group from FEMA. We actually exhibited it in Charlottesville. to make that happen. And I just want to kind of step back and reflect for a second. So I was able to be a part of an amazing team at Virginia Tech. We built that house. We showcased it all around the world. In that process, I met Richard King, who founded the Solar Decathlon, who was a part of this organization and is now leading with me the new Gateway Decathlon. He invited me when I was in Dubai to the first ever Solar Decathlon Africa competition. So this is in just north of Marrakesh in Morocco. I was able to be an advisor and an innovation judge where the Dubai competition was all about innovation, kind of money was no object. This was how can they use some of their traditional building techniques but then bring them into the 21st century. So the majority of these homes, from like a USD standpoint, cost around $40,000. It was amazing to see how much of a reliance we have on mechanical systems in Dubai, when half of these houses were completely comfortable without using any mechanical systems whatsoever. Traditional building techniques, mass, wind chimneys, great solar orientation. It was such an amazing reminder. I literally flew from Dubai to Marrakesh and landed in a completely different world. And it was amazing to see how similar people are, how much they're able to still use the land, and how really these competitions can kind of scale themselves around the world to address the most pressing problems in those areas. So I was very grateful to have that experience. And then now adapting all of that I've learned into the new Gateway Decathlon, which will take place in 2025, October, in St. Louis, Missouri. This is going to be taken over by the private sector. So the DOE funded the first solar decathlons. This is funded by the state of California. I think all of those are amazing. But I think to actually move the needle, this has to be adopted by the industry. We have to find a way for research institutions to partner with employers to find ways to actually build and transport and do this all in an affordable and an attainable manner. So that's the goal of our competition. It's looking at off-site innovation, really how we're living in the future, but also how we're building in the future, and how St. Louis can become the epicenter with all of its amazing infrastructure that's there. There's not that many people there. How can we bring people back to the heartland of this country? It has an amazing history of building and making and exporting. Why not, if you can export beer from St. Louis, why not export buildings from St. Louis? So one thing we really enjoy is that while our competition site, this is the Mississippi River down here, this is I-64, and this is a major CSX rail line, downtown being right there, Anheuser-Busch over here. We felt like it was the right call to co-locate all these homes, to showcase it in a very attainable and accessible spot. But the real advantage of this competition is going to be these homes are actually going to go to someone. So we're working with a nonprofit called the Urban League in North St. Louis. They've been strategically purchasing plots of land as they become available, and all the homes that are going to be displayed in the village are actually going to go to actual clients. They're going to go to people. It's the start of a reinvigoration of that area, which has an amazing, vibrant culture. It's just some of those homes really are in disrepair, and they don't have anyone to help them. So we're hoping that this really does invigorate that area, and this becomes a new, almost innovation hub for that area. For the 10 contests that we're looking at, again, very similar to what is happening here with the Sustainability Decathlon, but with a real focus on materials and supply chain and livability. You know, how are people effectively be able to live in their homes from the day that they're born to the day that they pass, right? A lot of the times people have to move out because they outgrow their home. It's too difficult to get up the stairs. The layout doesn't work for them. How can we really think about how homes can transform over time to continue to support that occupant? A huge portion of what we're going to be looking at is innovation, right? Just delivering a house solves one problem, but how is it affordable? How are we looking at what is really the next thing that's going to drive change in the housing industry? Obviously looking at performance. A huge part of market viability is it's not just a single family house. We're looking at 3 different components, one being an addition, one being a renovation, and one being a new build. We really need to think about not just, I'm going to demolish an old house and build a new house. How can we begin to strategically retrofit homes in a sustainable and a prefab method that allows them to remain relevant, to be honest with you. And I wanted to thank you for your time today. And if you have any questions, please let me know. Yeah. To the woman in the front.
How easy is it to move those sliding things? Would it be on a daily basis, or that they would slide those walls back and forth?
We envision it to be on a daily basis. The question was, how easy was it to move those components back and forth? They were all automated. So you would be able to essentially go over to the wall and say, now I want this scene, and they would automatically adjust. If power were to go out, which is totally fine, you basically pull a pin, and they're able to slide back and forth. 2 people, one on either side, is able to adjust that as they need to. Yeah, you're welcome.
Could you talk a little bit about the foundation, especially the one in the sand? Is it a permanent foundation? Is it temporary? What's it made out of? All that kind of stuff.
That was a temporary foundation for sure. So just like here, we really weren't able to penetrate the ground, even though it was just sand. So there was a grounding rod. We had a 1/4-inch steel plate that we laid underneath a temporary wooden foundation. And then we set the houses on top of that and then tied them in with steel plates between the two.
So for permanent, it would be a concrete foundation?
It would be a concrete foundation, yeah. So basically you would just replace what those wooden stem walls were with a concrete wall or a steel beam. The idea is that you could span, I think it was about 12 feet or so. They could probably go up to about 16 feet. So you could still efficiently have a basement space if that was what your area of the country uses.
Okay. And then second question, the FEMA units that you built for $40,000 each, how long do you think they're going to last? You have any idea?
This is actually the best part of this. So they are built just like traditional construction, right? It was the same 6 panels that some of these houses are using that we were building with the future house. It had an exterior siding. It had a metal roof. They were built to last, but we didn't build them to stay put. What we actually did is, because they only took 2 hours and 2 people to fully unfold them, basically, once they were no longer needed, you would come, someone from FEMA again or some contractor would fold it back up. They would bring it back to a holding facility. We envisioned 4 or 5 of these around the country so that they could be, about 1 million of them could be ready to deploy, because there's always something going on somewhere. We shouldn't be surprised. And the big thing that we really found was the way that Congress does this, unfortunately, is a disaster happens, then they pass a bill to give it money, and then they have to go and order things, as opposed to saying, we should probably be prepared for a disaster. If we need to order more to backfill, we can, right? But it's this whole change in the way that money is distributed and the way that FEMA really operates. So the idea is that they would then go back to that holding facility, would get sanitized, would get any replacements that were needed, and then they're held for the next disaster. So.
So was FEMA receptive to this?
Yes. Yes.
As you know, we have a constant problem here with homelessness. And currently, for the state programs to build homeless units, they're spending around $300,000 a piece. Just converting like motels to rooms and stuff. Is there any way you can contact somebody here, and get them to sign up for these $40,000 places? I mean, that's what we need a ton of them.
Yeah, I would love that.
Maybe stack them. So you need to get in touch with somebody in that department. Yeah. Thank you.
I think what's also very interesting is that I find it, and this is just my own personal opinion, I find it very interesting that when a local crisis happens, then we look all the way to Washington to solve our problem, as opposed to what is my city plan for, or what is my state plan for, right? So I think where sometimes there might be federal barriers or federal money or a process in place that might be more complicated, I think actually if cities can start, especially in, no offense, places like California where it seems like there's many different types of disasters that can happen, if they could plan for these events that happen yearly, I think that it would really allow for security to happen in this place. And I think that then innovation can happen around that, right? This is a group of researchers from Virginia Tech. I'm sure that we would love for someone in California to kind of pick up where we left off and continue to run with that. Yeah. Great questions. Amani.
Amazing.
Thank you.
So amazing. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And those houses, the house that I built on wheels is trying to, help with a modular home for anyone who struggles with homelessness as well as, climate crisis. And just a quick question about the FEMA houses.
Sure.
Would you ship some sort of foundation with the homes? What would they what would they sit on?
Yeah. So what we looked at, again, very similar to this, is a very temporary foundation. So they actually have large screw piles that can be screwed into any yard, right? It can be infinitely leveled because it's just backing it out or driving it in a little bit further. That then would secure onto each of the corners of the home, so it is slightly elevated, just in case the soil is not able to bear that home. But yeah, trying to be as light as possible on the land and a very cost-effective solution, right? That's someone coming in with an auger and driving it, as opposed to needing to pour something, waiting for it to cure, and then having to just rip it up. That didn't seem like a sustainable solution to us.
Yeah. Okay. And would the homes have solar? So just have solar panels mounted in a similar way as the future house?
It would essentially, it would kind of be a mini version of that, right? So we were assuming that like nothing would work. There would be no utilities. That like it's almost like you're in the middle of nowhere, even if the infrastructure is there. So the house would almost be an RV, right? It would have a battery system, it would have a solar system, and then it would have a fresh water filtration and kind of a storage system. And if they needed to be replenished by a municipality, it could be, but we just didn't want to plan for anything being expected to be delivered to the house.
Yeah. Amazing. Thank you.
Thank you very
so
much. Yeah. All right. Thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
It was funny. Even though we had this massive competition ahead of us, everyone was so happy. I think we were just ready to start, ready to begin.
Thank you all for coming. We really appreciate you, and welcome to the U.S. Department of Energy Solar Decathlon 2015. It took 2 years and about 2,000 students and faculty to design and build their competition houses back on campus. It has taken only 9 days with 500 people to reassemble the houses here at Orange County Great Park. That's because the team sent their strongest, most capable decathletes and crew to build the houses here. They have been working hard in the Solar Decathlon Village with determination and resolve. You are going to be truly amazed at what you're about to see. Decathletes, are you ready?
And then the competition was open. We were a little excited.
Somebody's feeling good now.
Now, as much fun as we were having giving tours and showing the public our 2 years of hard work, we were still in a competition. And it turns out, things weren't exactly going as planned.
Right now we are struggling. We are currently 12th place out of 14.
After the first week of competition, we were way behind in points. You remember that innovative AC/DC electrical inverter I told you about? Well, it was so cutting edge that on the first day of the competition, it burned up. It took us a week to get a new one. This killed our comfort zone score, our ability to keep the house cool, and pushed us down to nearly last place in the rankings. With a new inverter in place, we hope to climb back up.
The third place goes to the Southern Charmers at Clemson University.
The second place award for Market Appeal goes to California Polytechnic State University, San Luis Obispo.
The first place winner for Market Appeal is
Stevens Institute of Technology.
So we didn't place. Now, all that was left to do was to wait for the actual scores to come out and see what happened.
The market appeal was surprisingly low.
Yeah, that's surprising.
Yeah, like really surprising because I feel like we actually really designed our house for this location much better than others. I'm shocked they were that low.
Yeah.
I thought top 5 at least. So,
unfortunately, communications didn't do much better.
Finishing as the first place winner of the U.S. Department of Energy Solar Decathlon 2015 contest is Stevens Institute.
To be honest, I think we were all just a little bit shocked. Luckily, Cammie was there to pull us back together.
Look compared to any of the other, first entry teams. We still moved up. That's still our top third score of all of the contests so far. So, chin ups, guys. I'm still so proud of you guys, and we still have so much left to do.
And as luck would have it, a little bit later that day, we got some good news.
Every part of the contest has 4 things where it's you attempted to meet it, equals, you met the standard, exceeded, and then eclipse. Eclipse is exceed, you exceeded expectations, eclipse out of the park. We got the most eclipses and exceeded scores out of anybody of the teams in our contest. So it's like these rankings are so subjective because it doesn't really tell you like how well you did, but I'm so excited. Like Layla's forwarding me the jury notes. Like I'm gonna show Lotus and Lamb.
Amazing.
I'm so freaking excited. Like we got the most contest than any other contest on our team or the rest of the like I told you, we changed so our public exhibit materials are
So things were finally starting to look up. And going into the final weekend, there was one final competition on everybody's mind: engineering. This was the moment of truth.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we have the announcement of results of our final contest of the 10 decathlon contest, the engineering contest.
For the Solar Decathlon Engineering Contest, a jury of professional engineers evaluated how well the team's houses represent the best in modern engineering. The third place team in the engineering contest goes to Texas, Germany.
Like so many homes in the competition, the second place team in the engineering contest starts with a high-performing building envelope and deploys a host of passive strategies to reduce energy loads. They meet those reduced loads with a system the jury considers to be the most innovative in the entire competition. This system uses a novel HVAC system that combines heat pump technologies with radiant heating and cooling panels, an efficient, indirect, direct evaporative cooling system that is particularly appropriate for their climate, a thermal storage system, and a comprehensive monitoring and control system. The team employs both PV and solar thermal systems, including a solar clothes dryer, a sophisticated electrical distribution with both AC and DC buses. All in all, an impressive suite of state-of-the-art energy technologies that is well-engineered and smoothly integrated. The second place award in the engineering contest goes to Team Orange County. University of California, Irvine, Chapman University, Irvine Valley College, and Saddleback College.
For the record, I never doubted Moritz for a minute. No, that's a joke. But hey, come up here, Moritz. Moritz! This is our project engineer, and we stole him from Germany. I don't know. Thank you all very much. My parents are here, so thanks, Mom and Dad. They're both engineers. And Team Orange County!
And as far as we were concerned, that was pretty much it.
me? Oh, I'm on the microphone, sorry. All right, I guess we'll get started. Nice intimate crowd today. I'm Gia, nice to meet you guys. I'll try to make this a little bit more of like a back and forth discussion, I guess, so you guys don't get too bored there, but yeah, so we're here today talking about falconry and some sustainable ways for pest control and whatnot. Also a little bit about wildlife conservation and everything too. So I'll go ahead and introduce our birds. We have Crimson right here. This is my Harris hawk. We use him for abatement, which is like a sustainable way to do pest control. So we're basically using this bird to get rid of any other birds in the area, crows, seagulls, pigeons, that kind of stuff. He's about 3.5 years old, and they're from the Nevada-Arizona desert. They also span into Texas and Southern America as well. So yeah, this is Crimson. And then the next guy over here on the perch is Ollie. He is a 7-year-old peregrine falcon. And these guys are pretty cool. They dive at about 247 miles an hour, so very impressive. We'll get into some fun stuff about them a little later as well. And then I do have Mr. Bojangles in the big box down there. He is a Eurasian eagle owl. He's about 5 years old, and I'll bring him out a little more towards the end for questions and pictures and stuff like that. So these are the birds that we'll have today for you guys. So yeah, I'll get started. A little about me. I did animal science and graduated Cal Poly, mostly working with horses there, but then I moved into wildlife rehabilitation, and there I ended up working with a lot of birds of prey. And we worked with all kinds of birds, hummingbirds to eagles, coyotes, all kinds of stuff, but the birds of prey really stuck with me, so I decided to get my licensing for it, and long story short, I've been a falconer for about 5 years now, and working with birds of prey for about 8 or so. So it's a little background about me. All right, so falconry is described as hunting your bird against natural game in its natural habitat. So we are taking these birds out into the field to hunt things that they would be hunting naturally in the wild. Usually this guy will hunt things like quail or rabbit. Those are kind of his favorites. And this guy over here would usually be hunting pigeons and doves and other types of birds. Just so you ladies came in, this is Ollie the peregrine falcon. He has a hood on right now, and so it's covering his eyes, yeah. Yeah, so that little equipment on there, we'll get into a little bit later, but that's called a hood, so it's just so they don't see each other. This guy's really good. He doesn't mind, but he might mind his presence, so keep him a little more relaxed that way. Yeah, so we do have a bond with our birds, and since I don't work with that bird as often, I want to keep him as comfortable as I can. But working with your bird, it takes a lot of time and patience, as well as dedication and respect to work with these animals. They are wild, so they're kind of just tame when we work with them, but they maintain that wild fight or flight instinct. So we do have to be careful with that, of course, to keep us safe and to keep the birds safe as well. So we do create a bond with them, and we're able to take them out into the field, and they hunt with us, and it's really, really cool time, especially when you're very successful. It's really cool to watch your relationship grow as well. This bird I got about 1.5 years ago, so he was around 2 years old when I got him, and our relationship is a lot different than the one that I raised from a 3-month-old. So it's really cool to see the difference between the two, although they are the same type of bird. All right, so a little history of falconry. It's actually a 10,000-year-old sport, one of the oldest sports in history. And up there is a photo of some falconers on a cave drawing there on horseback. So we found history of it back in the Mesopotamian times with kings using them for hunting, and also back in Mongolia as well. So they would actually take their birds on horseback and hunt things like wolves and sheep and deer and whatnot, usually for their livelihood. So back in that time, you could actually purchase a falconer to hunt for your family, and you would provide the falconer shelter, and they would provide you food. It was a cool little trade and barter system back then. And as it evolved, it became more of a sport for kings, so more in the medieval Renaissance times, depending on where you were in society, was determining on what bird you could use, basically. So a king would use a gyrfalcon, and a knight would use a goshawk. Those birds are much bigger, more intense. A prince would use something like a peregrine falcon here, a little more compact, but a really cool bird to fly. So once we moved through that, since it became a little bit more of a sport at that point, it moved into New England around the 1600s, and that's when it became even more of a sport. So they were taking their birds out and doing things like sky trials, kind of figuring, whose bird can fly the fastest, who can hunt the best, and it became a little bit more fun in that way. So as it moved its way into the Americas around the 1900s, around 1950, 1960 or so, even into the 70s, they created NAFA, which is the North American Falconers Association. So that's pretty much the organization that makes the community what it is today. And through that, there's a lot of laws and regulations formed in order to keep the birds safe and to keep the people in line, of course, make sure that everyone is doing their role and playing their role in the falconry community properly. So thanks to NAFA, that's what keeps these birds protected as well. All right, so a little day in the life of the falconer. So this is actually a peregrine falcon on the screen here. Looks just like Ollie. He's kind of posing for you guys. So we'll start off with the hood. We do have a lot of equipment that we use for birds every day. So we'll kind of go through that and then a day in the life with them. Look at him, very handsome up there on the screen. So he does have a hood on right there on top of his head. That does cover his eyes, and like I said earlier, it will keep him a little bit more calm in situations he might not be as used to. Since he is one of our hunting birds, he's not around people this closely as often as this bird is, so that will keep him more comfortable here. It kind of works like blinders for a horse, basically. He is on a block perch right now, connected to a leash, and that leash is connected to jesses that are connected to his anklets. So you can see that on Crimson as well. That is something that will change out their equipment when they're flying. So here we're just tethered, and then on the right there you could see the leather jesses on that photo. That's their flying jess, and it works a little bit better when they're in the air. And then we do have a few other things that we use, like a lure, and that's basically, we can put like a bird wing on there and swing it around, and that will teach the falcons how to pursue their prey and continue pursuing their prey even if it evades them the first time. And that will also help with their stamina and kind of their athleticism as well. So we do start the day by weighing all our birds, and we do cut up their food depending on their weight, so that will keep them kind of at their peak athleticism, and we kind of treat them like athletes, so we do want to feed them enough to keep those muscles growing and strong, but keep them just enough at a deficit so where the food is more of an incentive to work with us, and that's a good way to create your bond as well. They learn to work with you, and it's really effective for training and hunting and whatnot, because we do want to continue to stimulate their prey drive as well, so if they're a little too full, they're not going to want to really hunt for us. I like to equate it to eating a big breakfast, and then someone's like, you want to go on a run? And they're like, no, that's okay. Take a nap instead. Very cool. And then, of course, we do have the glove that does keep my hands safe from their talons here. Nice sharp toes. All right, so since we use different types of birds, we usually use them based on their what they are hunting. So different birds will hunt different prey, like I said earlier. We do have some buteos up here. That is a Harris hawk. And you'll see, oh, pardon me, he's got to use the restroom real quick. All right. And we'll clean that in just a second. And thanks, bud. So as I'm talking about him, he does have these big, broad wings here. And so that is really good for soaring and for gliding through the desert. And that does help pursue kind of more ground mammals like squirrels, rabbits, snakes, lizards, that sort of thing. And you can see, too, he does have a little bit longer legs, so he's able to run on the ground and grab stuff under bushes a little more often. We have a peregrine falcon there. You can see their wings are a lot longer. They are considered long wings, technically. And that will help them pursue their prey midair, so they actually do kill their prey with impact, while these guys give them a nice squeeze, a nice hug, if you will. So the shape of their wings will allow them to kind of torpedo towards their prey a lot faster. In the middle there are accipiters. That's a Cooper's hawk. It's basically like a combination between a falcon and a hawk, I like to say. You can see they have slightly broader wings, but they're still at that point. These birds also hunt birds, but they usually pursue their prey in more of a forested area, so they have to be really quick and agile to get through those trees. And they'll hunt things like doves and pigeons and stuff as well. Top right, we do have eagle. That's a harpy eagle, actually. And you can see his wing shape is much more broad and intense, more surface area. That bird is about 3-4 feet tall, and they weigh about 15 to 20 pounds. So for a flighted bird, that's relatively huge. So you can see why they need a lot more surface area to get things going, as well as picking up their prey and whatnot. Unfortunately, we're not allowed to hunt with harpy eagles, although that would be really cool. And then on the bottom right corner there, that's Mr. Bojangles, actually. You'll be seeing him a little later. And you can see, he is an owl, of course, and his wings are a lot different shape. These guys do hunt at night, and they usually hunt with their hearing as well. So they have to be really quiet when they're hunting, and their feathers actually have like a comb-like structure on the tip of them that cuts the air and makes them silent. So they do fly at 0 decibels, and the prey doesn't really know what's coming for them. So that's a really unique thing about owls that I love. Now, moving on with hunting styles, they're categorized in different groups based on their hunting style. So that's why we have the buteo, accipiter, longwings, so on and so forth. And that kind of helps them thrive in their environment as well. So, like I said, you have a peregrine falcon here diving. You can see that wing shape is very much tucked in, kind of like a really fast jet. That allows him to fly at about 247 miles an hour, and that is how they're able to impact their prey and have a nice snack. And you can maybe see here that his toes are a lot longer and more lanky, and these guys have a lot more thicker toes. That also helps with the type of prey that they hunt. This guy, since he's just kind of given his prey a smack, he'll go down and catch his prey midair and take it somewhere else, while Crimson will kind of sit and hold on to it and eat from there. So another thing, speaking of Crimson, his eyesight is extremely incredible. He can see about 1 to 2 miles away and into the UV spectrum of light as well. So they're actually seeing a lot more color than we can. They do have more rods and cones than we do in their eyes as well. So more bright colors and different shades of colors. So this middle photo here is kind of the human vision. We just see kind of like a black and yellow bird. But on the right, there's like more of a bird vision. So that's kind of with the UV reaction to it, and that's pretty much how they see comparatively to us. It's the best photo I could find for that. And it's really cool how iridescent birds are, and we don't even realize it because we can't see it. So that could be either for mating or maybe territory purposes. What's up? He's looking like he wants to fly. So then moving on to the owl there on the right side, you can see that is a great horned owl, and they have more of like a radar dish shaped face, and that actually helps push the sound into their ears a little bit more efficiently. And their ears are actually a little bit more offset on their head, so they can hear different frequencies when they're hunting as well. So they know the difference between maybe a vole versus a rat, or a rabbit, or maybe a bat, or something like that. So this guy looks slightly similar to Bo, but they are a little different. You'll notice this bird's eyes are yellow, so that allows him to hunt more at a darker time of night. He's able to kind of take in more light that way. And with Bo, you'll notice later that his eyes are a much more vibrant kind of orange that allows them to hunt more in the dawn and dusk a little better. So they can still see during the day. It's kind of a myth that they can't see at all. They just see better than we can at night. Maybe a little more sensitive to light. All right, so let's talk a little bit about some wildlife conservation. I used to do wildlife conservation for a while and rehabilitation, so I always like to mention that it's important to, if you ever do find an animal that is injured or stranded, you want to be careful about approaching them. If you're able to help without stressing the animal out or hurting it or yourself, go ahead and put it in a nice, warm, quiet, dark box with some air holes, and you do not want to offer any food or water. Some birds may look okay, but they can kind of tip over and they might asphyxiate in their water bowl. So you just want to be careful and just take them to a wildlife rehab center, and that's kind of their best chance of survival. And we also want to be mindful about littering, of course. You know, big plastic is just as bad as small plastic, but we also want to be careful about any like banana peels or apple cores that you might throw out of your window on the side of the road, because they decompose, that's okay. But that actually teaches wildlife to come to the road to eat. So you can have a possum, let's say, come over and eat your apple core, and they end up getting hit by a car, unfortunately. Now a vulture comes down to eat him, because they eat roadkill. They can actually smell 3 miles away, which is pretty impressive. And then they might get hit by a car as well, and then it kind of perpetuates the cycle there. And then going off of that too, another thing I like to talk about is to avoid using sticky traps or poison traps. A lot of the time the sticky traps do catch bugs, but they also attract animals that eat those bugs. So you'll be attracting, also getting stuck little lizards and small birds to those traps, and it's usually fatal for them, unfortunately. And then with the poisonings, rats actually do not pass for about 3 days when they get poisoned. So these guys end up catching them and they end up getting poisoned as well. And that is usually fatal for them also, but that will go through the food chain. So like I said earlier, how the vulture could come down and eat the possum and have the same fate, same thing with this. If a vulture comes and eats him after he's been poisoned, that vulture will get poisoned as well. So we just want to be careful about that. It's something a lot of people aren't really aware of, so I always like to mention it. And because of that, about 80% of birds actually do not make it through their first year in the wild, especially birds of prey. It's really unfortunate. There are other ailments, of course, in nature, like weather and starvation and things like that, but human interface tends to be an unfortunate factor in that as well. There's also window strikes, car strikes, like I mentioned earlier. And then sometimes birds, you feed a duck at a pond, you're giving them bread, they can't digest bread, and that ends up being fatal for them. So it's always good to be aware of what our actions are doing to affect wildlife. So going into the poisoning a bit, falconers were actually able to help with peregrines and condors before the DDT was taken out of the poisonings. That used to thin the eggshells, so they actually weren't able to reproduce at all. And with the help of falconers, we were able to take these birds after they hatched and teach them how to hunt and how to fly again. And then we were able to release them back in the wild, so they were able to go and teach their progeny how to hunt and how to fly and how to survive out there. So we were able to kind of rehabilitate them and make some efforts to help with that population growth again. And I don't believe they're endangered anymore because of that, which is awesome. So we always have some efforts going on. We do a lot of educational outreach, of course. We'd like to do a lot of banding and migration research as well, just to keep up with the birds and where they're going, and also to promote some alternative pest control methods, like this guy here. He does a lot of work for that. All right, and some of you might be interested in becoming a falconer. Usually to obtain a license, you do have to take a test, and you have to pass that with Fish and Wildlife, of course. And then you move into getting your hunting license. You find a sponsor, build your enclosure, and then once that's regulated and checked off, you can go and catch your bird. We usually get them out from the wild as well, so it makes it even more fun. And usually you start your apprenticeship, that's about 2 years. You move into your general licensing, that's about 5 years. I'm in the middle of that right now. And then once you're done with those 7 years, you become a master falconer. And that's when you can get really fun birds like Bo over here. And this is that's not a photo from the documentary. Those are actually 2 Mongolians hunting their golden eagles on horseback. I think that's the coolest thing. I'd love to do that someday. But Game Hawker, A Wild Journey to Falconry from Patagonia Films is an incredible documentary. It's on YouTube, and it's a really cool way of, the guy that's in there really described falconry perfectly, and I think it's a cool thing to watch if you're interested in learning more. But I will go ahead and do this for you guys. So if you want, you can go ahead and sign up for one of our falconry services. We do the pest control, educational talks, as well as falconry experiences. So you're actually able to fly the birds to and from, hold some of the birds, take some pictures, all that good stuff. And then over on this side, we do have a volunteer QR code if you guys want to come in and help us with some project work, help us with some cleaning, food prep, and getting to work around the birds. That'd be awesome. And so I'll leave those up for just a minute, and I'll get to questions. I'm going to bring the owl out real quick for you guys, but give you something to look at while I do that. Very cool. All right. Take me just a second here to get him out. I just want to put these guys away first. Give him some room. All right, this is a good for you to see how his wing beats are a little different as well. So that's kind of what allows him to gain that height. These guys can fly at about 2,000 to 3,000 feet above us. And that's how they're able to dive at their prey real quick. And a fun little thing I forgot to mention earlier, actually, is that they have a third membrane. It's called the nictating membrane in their eye. And that covers their cornea from getting frozen or injured with debris when they're diving that fast. So it's kind of like a translucent shield for them, but they're still able to hunt. And they have a little tube in their nose that helps from the air from getting too deep in their sinuses there as well. Birds are really cool. All right. I'm going to go ahead and bring out the owl. And let's see. I'll wait for these guys to pass just for a second. There we go. Takes him a second sometimes. Yeah, so this is Mr. Bojangles. We call him Bo. I'll let him get acclimated to the crowd here for a second. Take him just a minute here. Wait till he isn't so puffy. Yeah, so this is what I had mentioned earlier with his eyes. See how they're a slightly different color than the great horned owls? And that allows him to hunt in different times of day than the other birds as well. And then those feathers on top of his head are just for aesthetic. Those aren't actually his ears. His ears sit just, hi bud, just on this side, right behind where ours would sit basically on their head. But they are covered by those feathers. Yeah. Very cool. Well, do you guys have any questions? Mm-hmm. He's about 6 or 7 pounds right now, yeah. Yeah, it's a big boy. Lots of power. Yeah, definitely lots of feathers. So in comparison, Crimson, the one I was holding during my presentation, he's only about 2 pounds. So much lighter. They actually have hollow bones, so they're able to pursue their prey a little bit more efficiently that way. And something that I think is really cool is that some of the hollow bones actually connect to their respiratory system. So when they're in fast pursuit, that air will get transferred straight to their lungs rather than having to go through the whole system. So they're able to stay a little bit more efficient with their stamina, which I think is really cool. I'm pretty sure if we're running at that speed, we'd get pretty tired pretty quickly. So it's a cool adaptation for them, I think. Did you have a question earlier? Oh, yeah. yeah, it's always fun. Yeah, we can do a lot of educational talks. So if you use that first QR code for the falconry services, you got one? Or do you need it again? Oh, yeah, perfect. So you can just go ahead and sign up in there. And then we can get back to you with some information. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, he's fairly hefty. And you can see those talons, they're a lot larger than the other birds as well. So they do have feathers on their feet. They look kind of fuzzy. And the other birds do not. So usually raptors will regulate their heat through their feet. You may see him panting a little bit later. Since owls are covered on their feet, they actually use their mouth to pant like a dog does to keep cool. And since they do not have a crop, which stores their extra food, they're able to do that a little more efficiently, and that's why you see bones in their pellets. But if you were to take one of these guys' pellets, you wouldn't see any bones because the acidity in their crops are a lot stronger, so they're able to digest those. But these guys are not. Yeah, so it's usually all the undigestible stuff kind of gets pushed back up, and that's why it comes back out. Yeah, so she was asking if these guys are as fast as the other birds. So unfortunately not as fast, still pretty quick, all things considered. But they kind of use a little bit more of a unique skill to hunt, I would say. So you're either really fast or you're really a unique skill set. So since they use their hearing, they're able to kind of sneak up on prey a little bit easier, so they don't have to be as fast. And for the other birds, he's pretty small, so he's kind of really got to get put his weight into it, I guess you can say. Yeah. But Crimson, I think he can go about 80 to 100 miles an hour when he's really, truly pursuing prey. This guy down here, him, I'm not 100% sure. I think they can get around maybe 75, give or take. Would be my best guess, maybe. Yeah. Yeah, when they're really going, Any more questions over here? Yes, no, yes, no. Give you more bird facts. Oh yeah, so Bo was actually given to us as an ayas, which is basically a nestling. So he was all fuzzy, still from the nest, a few days old, and so he was raised that way to be acclimated to people and also to the daytime as well. And so we do use him mainly for education. They're a little harder to hunt since we do have to hunt at night with them, and the prey is not as easy to flush if they're living underground. So since he was born in captivity, we do use him for education, and that's how we got him. I think I said earlier he was about 5 years old, so he's been around for as long as I have. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so she's asking if people hire us to hunt things on their land. Sometimes, actually, yeah. So we're allowed to hunt in any public land. We follow the same laws as gun laws for hunting, but instead of a gun, we have a bird. So some of the laws are just slightly different because of that. But yeah, we're able to hunt on any public land. And then if a private landowner does give us permission, we're able to come and hunt on their land as well. Usually it's a good way for pest control, as the rabbits or the gophers or something digging in your plants. A lot of the time we use it for starlings and wineries because they eat the grapes and they're invasive. So it works really well. We do a bird like Ollie for that one usually. Sometimes on big job sites like the landfill that have literally thousands and thousands of birds out there, especially seagulls, we'll bring this guy out. And just his mere presence is enough to kind of spook them, and they'll stay a couple thousand feet above us all day because of that. So we'll bring out the big guns basically right in the beginning when we need to kind of set that presence, and then after that they're kind of aware that we're a threat, so they tend to keep their distance. That's usually how the abatement works. It's more of a deterrent. It is possible that the birds may catch a bird once in a while, of course. We can't really tell them not to. But usually it's just a deterrent, and those birds will definitely keep their distance once they learn what we're around for, so, yeah.
How do they know what to hunt, and how do they know to come back?
Yeah, so she asked how do they know what to hunt and when to come back. So coming back is part of the training. We usually do train our birds to do what's called jump ups. So it's basically starting real slow, just stepping onto the glove, hopping to the glove, and then you're eventually flying to and from the glove. You increase that distance. Usually you stay inside for that and clip them to a leash when you increase distance, and then you can take them outside on that same leash and increase distance some more. And once you basically can't get away from them, you have to run from them to call them, then you're pretty much ready to go, and you can just unclip that leash and hope for the best and call your bird, and they usually come back to you, hopefully. With Crimson, since I owned him a little bit later on in life, he was a little more stubborn, so he was really great during the training, and I was like, oh, this is awesome. So I unclipped his leash, and he just took off. So I went on a nice long hike after that one, but that's okay. He's great now. It just takes a few times sometimes. Different birds, different personalities. And I'm sorry, what was the other question?
How do they know
what to hunt? That's right. Yeah, so we try to keep them focused on, say I'm doing abatement with Crimson and we're focused on the seagulls that day. I only reward him for chasing the seagulls. So eventually he starts to associate the reward with the bird that he's chasing, and he just focuses on those. But sometimes a pigeon looks really fun to chase, or maybe, a little ground squirrel or something like that. That's kind of just more of their instinct kind of turning on and happening. So with training, we can do the best we can, but sometimes they have a mind of their own, and they want to do their own thing. So I just try to use a positive reward system, and that usually keeps them on track. And to give them a job, too, helps when we're doing work. When we're out in the field, though, it is kind of up to them. Depends. We try to only flush certain prey for them, but sometimes, something else might pop up that might be a little bit easier of an opportunity to catch as well. They are opportunistic hunters, so kind of if they have a chance to catch it, they definitely will eat it. So just kind of depends. Yeah.
What made you decide to go into?
So I actually did wildlife rehabilitation before this. Yeah. Question?
How much is the body weight of the eagle?
What was it?
How much is the body weight?
How much does he weigh? So this guy is about 6 or 7 pounds, I believe. So pretty heavy for a bird. Definitely gives my arm a little bit of a workout. And then this guy under here, he's only about 2 pounds. So even though he looks a little bigger than that guy, he's still pretty light. And then that guy's got to be about 1.5, I think, give or take. So yeah, they're pretty light for being such big birds. Heavy after you hold them for a few hours. Gets heavier as the minutes go on. Very good. Yeah, how long does abatement take at a winery? It really depends on the job site. Everyone is always different, and it depends on the birds that you're trying to get rid of as well. Usually, it tends to be seasonal because the grapes are seasonal, and we like to come out. We recommend at least 2 or 3 times a week because you can kind of space it out with your presence. Some places need 5 times a week. Some places only need 1. So it really just depends. And usually, after a season or 2, the birds start to learn, like, this is maybe not so safe to be here. And it does take a minute because especially if they've been nesting there and they've been coming there for a really long time, generationally, it's going to take them a little longer to push out versus maybe pigeons that just moved into the area and they're kind of trying to find a place to nest. That'll be a lot easier to push them out. So it just kind of depends on the situation. Yeah, but very effective. I have seen some crazy things, and my one bird here kept about 2,000 seagulls up in the air for 8 hours, and we were just kind of, I didn't even fly them. We were just kind of hovering. I flew them once or twice, depending on the situation, but yeah, they definitely didn't want to come near us because they knew if they do come down, they're getting chased. So, yeah.
What's the average lifespan?
Average lifespan, good question. So for something like a peregrine or a Harris hawk, usually the smaller the bird, the less time they live. So in captivity, a falcon can live about 15, 20 years, give or take. Harris hawk, about 20, 25. I've seen one get up to 35, 40 even. They do have vet care. They're fed every day, of course. And then this guy, he can get up to 60, 75 years. Yeah, in captivity. And eagles can actually get up to 80 or 90 years. Same with parrots. It's pretty awesome. Unfortunately, in the wild, this guy down here, Crimson, he's lucky if he makes it through his first year, from the things I'd mentioned before. And usually in the wild, I think the average is at least a few years, though. It just kind of depends. But yeah, definitely a lot longer lifespan with us. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Hi there. Mm-hmm. How far can they rotate their head? Good question. So it is a myth that owls can just spin their heads around like crazy. The 2 birds down here, they can turn their heads about 270 degrees, and this guy can get up to about 300, 310. Yeah, it's impressive, isn't it? I wish I could do that. That'd be nice. So that does help because their eyes are actually set in their skull. They have like a cartilaginous tube that will hold their eye in place. They can rotate it about 5 or 10 degrees maybe. But that's why they're moving their heads a lot more. And so when they're pursuing their prey as well, it kind of acts as like a camera stabilizer. He probably won't do it as well as the other birds, but their head will stay completely still while they're hunting, locked onto that target, and their bodies will kind of maneuver around that. It's really, really cool to watch. I'm sure you can maybe see how he'll kind of keep his head in that same spot if he's looking at something. It's also so they can check behind them to see if there's anything chasing them also. Yeah, it's possible they can get feather mites and other parasitic things like that. Sometimes they'll get, it's a type of fly. I forgot what it's called right off the top of my head, but they're just the creepiest little things I've ever seen. And they only affect things with feathers, so when they get on you, it's the only thought you have is, okay, I have no feathers, so I'm safe, but it's still so icky to feel them crawling on you. But usually they'll get little feather mites, so that kind of bothers their up where their feathers connect to their skin, kind of like a dermatitis almost. Yeah, there's a treatment for that. So we're able to give a mite spray. Some birds, like chickens, they like to take baths in diatomaceous earth. I don't really do that with them, but we're able to give them some mite spray, and usually keeping up with their bathing habits is always good. A healthy bird is usually able to get rid of the mites on its own, but usually when we get a bird into the rehab center, they have mites and something else like a internal parasite or something that doesn't really allow them to continue preening. So you can tell a bird's health by their feather quality. Usually they're nice and sleek like this and not too ruffled up or anything like that. So yeah, definitely some treatments for that. And usually you're able to tell pretty quickly with that kind of stuff. What'd you notice over there, bud? Yeah. What does he eat? That's a great question. So these guys can eat pretty much anything. They will eat different things depending on the species that they are, but they can eat stuff like lizards, snakes, birds, rabbits, squirrels, scorpions even. Some falcons, like smaller falcons like kestrels, they'll eat stuff like grasshoppers if they're not able to catch lizards or anything. So pretty much anything, any small animal that's small enough for them to catch. Some birds even catch fish, so eagles and ospreys will usually catch fish, which is pretty cool. And eagles will hunt things other than fish also. Yeah, another question, go ahead.
How do the eagle turn its head all the way?
How does it turn its head all the way around? So they actually have an extra bone in their neck to allow them to do that a little easier than we can. So it gives them a little extra length, and they're able to turn it a little better. So it's something that they adapted in order to hunt, too. Good question. Yeah.
I missed the beginning of your presentation.
Yeah. What kind of owl? This is a Eurasian eagle owl. Yeah, one of the larger species. So bow is a male, and usually in birds of prey or raptors, females are about a third larger than the males. So you can imagine what a female Eurasian eagle owl looks like, much bigger than him. And usually the males will build the nest, and then the females will, when they sit in the nest, they kind of take over a little more space to insulate it with these extra feathers down there. It's kind of like a skirt almost. And then since she's bigger, she's a lot more aggressive as well because she's on the nest more often, so she kind of has to be a little bit more protective. But yeah, they're both very cool birds.
Did you happen to catch the article in LA Times today about an invasive owl that's displacing the spotted owl?
Oh, no, I didn't see that today. That's interesting. I'll have to check that out.
Yeah, they migrate to the East Coast, but they're actually seriously considering an eradication.
Interesting. Yeah, invasive species can be really harmful to the environment. That's why we like to do a lot of pest control, too, because although things like seagulls and whatnot are, a species here, they can definitely take over. And
sorry, I forgot the name of the owl, but he has a stripe.
Maybe a barred owl, possibly. I'll have to look it up. That's an interesting article.
Kind of an alarming story.
Yeah, it is interesting. Lots of bird drama out there. Very cool. Well, let's see. Did you guys want to maybe take some photos with the bird? Yes, no? All right. He's ready to go. Cool. So just a few things before we do take pictures together. Bo does get a little anxious if you run up to him, so you just want to walk up to him real slow. Keep your arms down. You'll notice that he started panting. You'll see that behavior as we move on through the day here. So you just want to go nice and slow with him because he can see you a lot more intensely, kind of in HD. Might be a little spooky. Okay. All right, so we'll do one at a time. Whoever wants to come on up first. It's a hiss. He's hissing like a cat.
What does that mean?
They just make that noise sometimes. He won't do anything.
Mikey, look at me.
Good job.
He's gonna bite you.
No, he won't. I promise.
Why are you so scared?
Good job. All right, who's next? You ready? Go ahead and stand right there. I'll bring him up to you. He's okay. I'm just going to bring him close, okay? I wouldn't do that. I don't think you'll win that one. Yeah, you're very welcome. Ready? Go ahead and stand right here. I'll bring him right up to you. All right. Good job. Yeah, you're welcome. You ready? All right, come stand right here. I'm going to put him right above you, okay? Yeah, you can take a few more. That's okay. Okay. We can always have seconds. All right, ready? Perfect. Just go ahead and face there. I'll bring him right up to you. Yeah, you're welcome, you guys. You're welcome. Thank you so much. Hi, bud. All right, ready? It's not too bad. It's pretty much the same as ours. Their vision is just a lot better at night than us. So they're able to see a little bit better, yeah. Thank you. Come on in. All right, ready? Go ahead and face the photo there. I'll bring him up to you. Yeah, he does, huh? Oh, yeah, yeah, totally. Just let me know when you're ready. I'll bring them back over to you. Sure, there we go. Awesome. Sure, yeah, group. Go ahead and pose wherever you want, and I'll bring them up to you. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah, go ahead and pose wherever you want. No, wherever works right here. Yeah, go ahead and pose together. I'll bring him up to you. I'm going to put him in the back. Yeah, he'll be behind you. All right, ready? Really posing for you guys. Awesome, thanks so much. Yeah, feel free to check him out while you're up here. He's really digging right into my finger there. Oh, that's pretty cool. Great horned owl, maybe? Yeah, yeah. So similar to these guys, just a little bit smaller. Yeah, and you can really see those talons. Yeah, they're cute, huh? All right, whenever you're ready, bring them up to you. And I would turn his head, but he just turns it right back. There we go. Very cool. Yeah. You're welcome. Sure. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, very welcome. Do you know why? Because they don't have a crop, so they can't digest it with any acid. You're very welcome, guys. The other birds have acidity in their crop. It's like a second pouch that holds extra food, but these guys don't have it, so they will not digest the bones, but the other guys can. So when they spit out a pellet, which is basically all the undigested parts, you're seeing fur and bones. Yeah. Yeah, huh? Yeah, they usually dispose of the fur and the whiskers and feathers and stuff like that. And just get a isn't he? Yeah. Look at it, something. Can you move that foot, please? You're grabbing my finger. It's like, yeah, that's a nice perch, thanks. Ready, guys? Go ahead and pose right here, and I'll put them right behind you, okay? So stand wherever you want. Come on in. He's okay. It's okay. You don't have to take a picture. Ready? Gonna go right behind you guys. Yeah, he hisses. Kind of cool, huh? That's a good one. Very cool. Oh, we're in San Juan Capistrano. Yeah, yeah. Oh, very cool. Did you guys, were you able to see the QR codes? Okay, cool. You guys got the QR codes up there? Oh, they're up there. Nice. I didn't even notice. How long can they grow? Well, they can keep growing as long as they want, but usually they'll break off sometimes when they're hunting. You ready to take a picture? All right, he's going to go right here. Yeah, we'll take a picture together. She's like, you guys already took your picture. Ready, guys? Oh, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I'm so sad it was the last one this weekend. He's like, I'll look the other way. Yeah. They do have a tongue. Yeah, it looks a little different than ours, but if you come a little closer, you're welcome. You can kind of see it as he's panting. See how that little pink thing in there? Yeah, just a little tongue. It helps them push their food back. Good question. Yeah, you guys ready for a picture? Very cool. Yeah. Yeah, go ahead and stand wherever and I'll bring them up to you. All right, perfect. He's okay. He's just staying right here, okay? He's all right, look. See? He's a nice birdie. Here, what if I bring him down here? Is that better? Is this better? He's like, no, I don't think that is. You're so brave. Good job. Another picture? Yeah, absolutely. Ready? Go ahead and pose. I'll put him right by you. I'll try to turn his head there. There you go. Good ones? Yeah, perfect. Picture? Yeah. They're just for aesthetic, yeah. I get them done every week. No, I'm kidding. So I'm gonna. All right, let's wait for this guy to come through. All right, bud. Yes, he is. Very cool. All right, you guys want one? Yeah, come on in. How'd those come out? Pretty good. Yeah, go ahead and pose wherever and I'll bring them up to you. Yeah. Yeah, I'll put them right behind you. Yeah. All right, ready? I like that. It's okay, the owl can't read it. Oh, come on, Bo. There we go. He's notorious for doing that. Very cool. Yeah, very cool. All right. Did you guys have any more questions? You want a picture? Yeah, come on in. I'll bring him right up to you. I know, is that funny? Owls hiss. I never really knew that until I started working with them more often. Yeah, you're so welcome. Oh yeah, a lot more than that. They have I think these guys have a PSI pressure about 500-600, but the other birds are about 300-400. I've been on the receiving end of that. I can tell you it's very humbling. It's awful. No, they stuck that whole foot through my hand. Not his, luckily, but a different bird. It's still just, yeah, it's just as humbling.
This was the end. This was what we had been working towards for 2 years. It came down to this. See, we were trying to build the house of the future. Build it better and make it smarter. We were part of a competition called the Solar Decathlon. But we were really just a bunch of college kids trying to make a difference and build a home that people would actually want to live in all at the same time. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Let's take a step back. By now you're probably wondering, what is the Solar Decathlon? Well, it's an international competition to build the energy-efficient house of the future. We were a part of Team Orange County. See, the competition is between colleges, and our team had 4. We were made up of University of California, Irvine, Chapman University, Irvine Valley College, and Saddleback College. In fact, we were one of the most diverse teams they had ever had in the competition. It was unprecedented, and no one really knew how it was going to work out. So, we just started. Here, let me introduce you to a few members of the team.
My name is Paige Spalak, and I'm a student at Saddleback.
My name is Jeffrey Mongwam. I am a student at IVC.
I'm Cami Jen, and I'm a media and marketing specialist for UC Irvine, and I'm also a Chapman alum.
My name is Moritz Limpinsel. I'm at UC Irvine in my 5th year as a PhD student.
I work on the landscaping, and I am designing the dinner party menus for the competition, as well as the movie night that will be held.
I share a cubicle with the project manager, Alex McDonald, and he was telling me how Chapman is running the communications effort and that he was having a hard time getting all the way down here enough to really get the students involved.
I got involved almost 2 years ago with Team Orange County for the Solar Decathlon, and I became the project engineer.
And my position with the Solar Decathlon is working on the interior design, but also with the communication team for their public exhibit materials to make sure that the aesthetics of the house flow very nicely with our design.
Did you hear that? That's something I forgot to mention. Not only did we have to design and build this house from scratch, but we also had to market it. We had to make sure it was somewhere that people would actually want to live, and we had to design public exhibit materials for the thousands of people that were going to be touring our house come competition time. But before all that, we had to figure out what the basis of our house was going to be. So we settled on one core design philosophy as well as 4 design principles. Let me explain. Casa del Sol was built around the idea of biomimicry, basically meaning that we're copying the characteristics of something found in nature. In our case, we were basing our design around the California poppy. We picked it because it's an incredibly resilient flower, and it opens and closes to the sun, much like our house. Which leads me to the first of our design principles, passive solar. Now, in a technical sense, this means that we use architectural elements to regulate heating, cooling, and lighting demand without employing mechanical or electrical power. In layman's terms, it means we use the sun to heat and cool our house without using any extra energy. Oh, and we use the wind too. See, in Southern California, we get southwestern ocean breezes, so our house automatically opens to let them in when we need to cool our house down. Our second design principle is disruptive innovation. Now, this one's gonna take some explaining. Electronics in our house run off of one of 2 kinds of power, AC or DC. Normally, if you want to use DC power, you have to convert it from the AC power we get from the grid. And even if you have solar panels, you have to convert that DC energy to AC and then back to DC, resulting in a 10% energy loss every time you convert it. In our house, however, we have an AC-DC bidirectional inverter, meaning we can use both AC and DC power directly without the energy loss. Our third design principle is SoCal market appeal. By 2060, Southern California's population is estimated to increase by over 2 million people. We decided that we should adjust our house's design to account for that. That's why we include a flex room and a detached studio to account for a family's changing needs, such as that of a family with a returning college student. Our last design principle is that of drought resilience. This was especially important to Casa del Sol, given that our house was based in Southern California. To combat the dry climate, we used a few different techniques. We used plants that were appropriate for the local climate, we used a gray water runoff system to water everything else, and we also used a rainwater capture system, just to supplement our water even further. In addition to lowering our water usage, we also implemented a vertical garden. This meant the tenants of Casa del Sol could grow their own food right on their porch. So now that we had our design, it was time to actually build the house. But before we could do that, we needed the money. So, we started campaigning. This is Alex McDonald, the project manager of Team OC, which means he was largely in charge of raising the money to build the house, which means he gave a lot of presentations and a lot of interviews. Simultaneously, the team was also putting the final touches on the design of the house and getting ready for construction.
Just a reminder, the soft deadline for the jury narratives is a month from now. Okay. So from, architecture, market, appeal, engineering, and communications, we need to start that editing process. So whoever is the writers for those groups.
I did a review of the engineering draft yesterday, and I sent that back to the students, and it needs a lot of work. But
yeah, I mean, that's you guys have like a month, so yeah, I just wanted to keep you guys up to date and remind you guys.
What's the status on architecture and interior design finishes?
Yes, I sent over all the stuff over to the vendor, and right now they have their engineers reviewing everything, with including all the appliances, the specs, to make sure to see how they would proceed.
This is for furniture?
Furniture, millwork, everything.
Okay.
So they're assessing everything based on what we submitted to them so that they can accurately price it out for us. So I'm waiting for the numbers to come back. And they have expressed that they are interested in donating some of it, but they will work out a price for us just so we can cost it out into our budget.
Okay.
So I'm waiting to hear back.
Okay. But as far as design, we're all done?
Yeah.
And what a design it was. And that was it. That was our first look at our house in 3D. Now we just had to build it.
This is the halo for the outdoor living room. And we'll have a shade element structure that will be able to retract over this. And the shade structure provides shading obviously during the day, but then at night you'll be able to pull back and see the stars, host a movie night outdoors, and enjoy the ambiance. It'll be quite nice.
So, the house was here. Now, all that was left was to take all of the pieces and put them together before competition time. You could say it was a little stressful. If we didn't meet our deadline, we would start losing points for every hour that we went over. But we made it. We finished the house and it was time to go to the opening ceremony. But first, a group picture.
3, 2, 1.
It was funny. Even though we had this massive competition ahead of us, everyone was so happy. I think we were just ready to start, ready to begin.
Thank you all for coming. We really appreciate you. And welcome to the U.S. Department of Energy Solar Decathlon 2015. It took 2 years and about 2,000 students and faculty to design and build their competition houses back on campus. It has taken only 9 days with 500 people to reassemble the houses here at Orange County Great Park. That's because the team sent their strongest, most capable decathletes and crew to build the houses here. They have been working hard in the Solar Decathlon Village with determination and resolve. You are going to be truly amazed at what you're about to see. Decathletes, are you ready?
And then the competition was open. We were a little excited.
Somebody's feeling good now.
Now, as much fun as we were having giving tours and showing the public our 2 years of hard work, we were still in a competition. And it turns out, things weren't exactly going as planned.
Right now we are struggling. We are currently 12th place out of 14.
After the first week of competition, we were way behind in points. You remember that innovative AC-DC electrical inverter I told you about? Well, it was so cutting edge that on the first day of the competition, it burned up. It took us a week to get a new one. This killed our comfort zone score, our ability to keep the house cool, and pushed us down to nearly last place in the rankings. With a new inverter in place, we hope to climb back up.
The third place goes to the Southern Charmers at Clemson University.
The second place award for Market Appeal goes to California Polytechnic State University, San Luis Obispo.
The first place winner for Market Appeal is
Stevens Institute of Technology.
So we didn't place. Now, all that was left to do was to wait for the actual scores to come out and see what happened.
The market appeal was surprisingly low.
Yeah, that's surprising.
Yeah, like really surprising because I feel like we actually really designed our house for this location much better than others. I'm shocked they were that low.
Yeah.
I thought top 5 at least. So.
Unfortunately, communications didn't do much better.
Finishing as the first place winner of the U.S. Department of Energy Solar Decathlon 2015 contest is Stevens Institute.
To be honest, I think we were all just a little bit shocked. Luckily, Cammie was there to pull us back together.
Look compared to any of the other, first entry teams. We still moved up. That's still our top third score of all of the contests so far. So, chin ups, guys. I'm still so proud of you guys, and we still have so much left to do.
And as luck would have it, a little bit later that day, we got some good news.
Every part of the contest has 4 things where it's you attempted to meet it, equals, you met the standard, exceeded, and then eclipse. Eclipse is exceeded expectations, eclipse out of the park. We got the most eclipses and exceeded scores out of anybody of the teams in our contest. So it's these rankings are so subjective because it doesn't really tell you how well you did, but I'm so excited. Layla's forwarding me the jury notes. I'm gonna show Lotus and Lamb.
Amazing.
I'm so freaking excited. We got the most contest than any other contest on our team or the rest of the teams. I told you, we changed so our public exhibit materials are...
So things were finally starting to look up. And going into the final weekend, there was one final competition on everybody's mind. Engineering. This was the moment of truth.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we have the announcement of results of our final contest of the 10 decathlon contest, the engineering contest.
For the Solar Decathlon Engineering Contest, a jury of professional engineers evaluated how well the team's houses represent the best in modern engineering. The third place team in the engineering contest goes to Texas, Germany.
Like so many homes in the competition, the second place team in the engineering contest starts with a high-performing building envelope and deploys a host of passive strategies to reduce energy loads. They meet those reduced loads with a system the jury considers to be the most innovative in the entire competition. This system uses a novel HVAC system that combines heat pump technologies with radiant heating and cooling panels, an efficient indirect, direct evaporative cooling system that is particularly appropriate for their climate, a thermal storage system, and a comprehensive monitoring and control system. The team employs both PV and solar thermal systems, including a solar clothes dryer, a sophisticated electrical distribution with both AC and DC buses. All in all, an impressive suite of state-of-the-art energy technologies that is well engineered and smoothly integrated. The second place award in the engineering contest goes to Team Orange County. University of California, Irvine, Chapman University, Irvine Valley College, and Saddleback College.
For the record, I never doubted Moritz for a minute. No, that's a joke. But hey, come up here, Moritz. Moritz! This is our project engineer, and we stole him from Germany. I don't know. Thank you all very much. My parents are here, so thanks, Mom and Dad. They're both engineers. And Team Orange County!
And as far as we were concerned, that was pretty much it.